Hasn't been any volume yet. You guys can still hear me though, right? But yeah, there hasn't been anything on screen yet, or anything that's made noise yet. Here, let's see. Wait, seriously? I literally did nothing. Okay, that's not true. I did one thing. I took the cursor, this cursor. Anyways, I took my mouse cursor and moved the wheel down to Yeti to make sure that it was making noise, and it showed that it was. I literally did nothing else. I didn't unmute, mute, anything like that. I just muted myself when I sneezed and then unmuted. That's so weird. Anyways, what I was saying is that we're still having issues with Restream, but it is working right now by manually entering the video URL and stream key, but that's not a great solution for two reasons. One, I would have to do that every single time I stream to YouTube. And two, it means that the Restream chat it doesn't show up, because the Restream chat only works if you connect your account to it, which the account itself is not connected. At the very least, though, for tonight, at least, I can stream to both Twitch and YouTube. Speaking of which, I should get the Twitch chat up on my PC. Something is wrong with the YouTube token for our channel, and I don't know what it is, because chatbot doesn't work either. Chatbot's still broken. It's fine on Twitch, but it's not fine with YouTube. It could be. That wouldn't surprise me. Like, what have you noticed in terms of the quality? It says the audio stream current bitrate is lower than the recommended bitrate. We recommend that you use an audio stream bitrate of 128 kbps. Am I muted again? Okay. Yeah, I honestly don't know why that is. It doesn't surprise me that there's some problem with that. Is anybody else able to? Okay, so you can do it on 720, so it seems to only be affecting some people. I mean, that sucks. Obviously, normally when we get it, when it's doing things normally, that shouldn't be a problem, but I think for tonight, it's just going to be something that we have to deal with. As long as it's not like a everyone is dealing with it sort of thing. God. It's not OBS. I don't even think it's YouTube. I think it's well, it's kind of YouTube, but it's also Restream fucking up with YouTube. And I don't know. I'm like contacting their support, but their support generally isn't super helpful, I've noticed. Part of the reason we won't be restreaming for much longer. Always run into dumb issues like this, whereas if I just stream straight to YouTube, there'd be no issues. Alright, what about now? Voice? Anything? That's... That's weird. That's really weird. Again, the mic is not muted. Dust on this already. The mic wasn't muted, at least insofar as the hardware was concerned. Whatever happened, it was on the computer's end though. This isn't YouTube's problem. I had to disconnect it and reconnect it to get it to start working for some reason. If it happens again, let me know. See, somebody said that the other day. Oh. What about now? Do I sound louder now? It wasn't unplugged. I needed to unplug it though. That could be, because yeah, I had to, like, as far as I can see, the sound is going like to red. And I don't like that, but apparently, for whatever reason, the actual sound output is not reflected in what you guys are hearing. Hold on. Am I any louder with this? I didn't think this actually affected volume, but maybe it does. There's a knob here, but I thought this had to do with something else as opposed to my voice. Really? Huh. I'm gonna have to test this stuff out on my own, because I never even knew that had anything to do. Whatever happened, I think Lynch is right. I think there was something that happened with the new OBS update that, for whatever reason, these mics or OBS is outputting it differently than it did before, because it shouldn't be quiet for you guys. It should be pretty loud. In fact, louder than I like to have it. So I think I might just need to start readjusting everything to correct the OBS problem. Also, hello, Chris, and thank you, Chris and Easy, for the hosts on Twitch. Yeah, Chris, I'm just running into a bunch of fucking tech difficulties here. It's really annoying. I don't know. I guess I just have to make sure that I'm closer to the mic today until I can find out what's causing that issue. I was hoping we didn't have to resort to this tonight, but why do we poison ourselves? Oh yeah, because in a really dumb way, it makes you feel kind of good. Actually, let's, here, I'm gonna need to do this so that I'm looking more towards there. That should be good. Whatever the latest one is, I updated it as soon as it suggested updating, because there was something in it that I think I wanted. I can't even remember what it was anymore, but there was something something in it that I wanted to try, so it's whatever the most recent version is. We'll always be figuring out tech issues because there will be new tech all the time. Whenever there's new tech, there's new issues. That is a really bad thing about Legend of Legaia. It's a really fun game and it's really unique, but holy shit, does like the execution of moves take for fucking ever. All right, let's get going. Yo, what's up, X-Flood? Yeah, I think you're right, because there are a few things that just kind of reset, and like now I have to redo them, and it's really... Oof. It might in terms of the speed in which it's happening, because we've lived through the unprecedented in the history of our world rapid development of technology in terms of, at least in terms of communication and information. And so at some point you think it would have to kind of plateau, right? What about now? I'm gonna try to sit closer to the mic just so that the... Here, hold on, let me try... I don't really want to turn the gain up too high because then, like, I have the gain on, like, nothing, but I've always had the gain on nothing because the Blue Yeti is really sensitive. And I didn't want to pick up a bunch of background noise, although I do have the filters on. Ooh, wait a second, the filters. Hold up. Wait. No. Nothing with the filters. The filters are still where they should be. Desktop audio. 48 hertz stereo. Default. Oh, that's all. All right, what about now? I just messed with something. I don't think it should change anything, but maybe it did. Yo, what's up, Mimo? You know. What? What the? Okay, this is what I did. I went to advanced audio settings, and on the audio monitoring, I went from monitor off to monitor only to monitor and output, and then back to monitor off to see if it like would dislodge something. And maybe it did. My freaking ears! Alright, I'm putting the gain back down to nothing. Okay, we should be good to go now, right? I'm back in the yellow, not in the red anymore. Pushing the mic a little bit further away like it normally is. Okay, guys, gals, and everyone in between, we can finally start playing the game. "31 minutes into stream. Hell yeah. Oh, my freaking ears! Do you really want me to do Pearl's voice right now? Wait, was it? What was her thing? Oh, Mystic Maya, my freaking ears! Pearl, you know not to say the word freaking. You're not old enough yet. But sir, if it gets cut anymore, I won't be able to buy even packet noodles anymore. I think I said that, but whatever, let's go. Alright, so Kay is not having a great time. This person is definitely not having a good time. This dude is barring my entry. That's some fireplace. You know, it really gives the place a mansion-like quality, don't you think? Oh, wait. You know, it really gives this place a mansion-like quality, don't you think, sir? Oh, if these are a staple in every Babbly's house, then I bet Santa Claus pays them a visit, too. Just how old are you again, detective? Sorry, but Interpol is still conducting its investigation beyond this point. I'm a subordinate of Miss Von Karma. Is there some reason why... Wait, oh yeah. I'm a subordinate of Miss Von Karma. Is there some reason why I'm being denied access? I completely forgot about that. My superior clearly stated, don't you dare let anyone near the site, you got it? If I let you examine the site, my superior would get really angry at me. You know, Miss Edgeworth, I feel really bad for the guy. So why don't we do as he says? Yes, I suppose we might as well. I'm sorry, we have to half-ass this. Yeah, the sprites are fun, aren't they? Also, yes, happy birthday to Ventus. Sorry, I thought the issues before I just forgot to do that. You must be having a super fun night, dog. "2 hours before gameplay? I mean, far be it from me to criticize anyone. Considering I take my time too. Hey, it's all about what the if that's kind of what the atmosphere of the his streams are like, then good for him. I mean, I could probably do it, but I wouldn't. I feel like that would actually be a lot to like just chat for 2 hours before you start playing it. I don't think I'd be able to do it. Like that seems difficult. Yeah, flow of time is weird. Probably loves his just chatting streams. Like, man, I don't even gotta worry about gameplay tonight. So our victim was the secretariat of this embassy, I take it. Manny Cochin. I heard that he was an admirable person. Very admirable. The cause of his death is a stab to the base of his neck. He was lax in watching his back. Or his neck. We were fortunate that the fire missed our victim's body for the most part. If the fire had burned a bit longer, it would have made identifying him a hassle. So Mr. Cochin was stabbed to death in the middle of a raging fire? Yeah, holy shit, who would have thought that he couldn't focus completely on protecting his neck? What in the world happened inside this room? Nook and cranny time. Oh, that's suspicious. There appears to be something in his pocket. This key, it can't be. Isn't this the Yatagarazu's key that was stolen 7 years ago? What? But that's... Huh? 7 years ago? You mean that case where I was framed, sir? Yes, it's the piece of evidence that stole the life of Kay's father 7 years ago. which was then stolen by Callisto U. What? Mr. Faraday was killed with this key, sir? Thought he was killed with a knife. Ah! Did nobody fill him in on what really happened? Scruffy, at the very least, try to remember the details of crimes you were a suspect in. Yeah, no shit, I actually agree with her. Like, how do you forget that? Francisca, as you will recall, Detective Gumshoe was not present when Miss Yu made her escape. Plus, even among law enforcement, only a few knew of this key's existence. I doubt that a new rookie at the time would have been made privy to such knowledge. You could have just he was there! He was there! You couldn't at least told him what got him off the hook? Like, dude, this is what we found out. It's not you. Hooray! I guess no, they were just like, hey, you're free to go. Get out. I was like, why did she delete your message? I see there's a lot of yelling. No, it's fine. The number is really arbitrary. Just do it for spam purposes, like for people that come in and try to ruin it for everyone. Ventus likes the cocky Edgeworth. Dude, a weird sleeping. Oh, he's trying to get that to more of a normal, like back to normalcy. I know I've taken nights off before to do something like that. I haven't had to like take an extensive break due to it though. Lucky for me. Boom! Feel like the victim right now. All trampled on, sir. I suppose I'll just have to fill you in now. The secret to this key is... Is there blood on it? Is there... Oh. Oh, wow. That's amazing, sir. It's like some kind of magic trick. I knew it. This is the same exact piece of evidence that Miss Yu took with her. I remember this beautiful pattern on the blade. Kind of arousing, quite frankly. Erotic, and the way the pattern intertwines, and oh, it's like it's dancing on the blade. Oh, everyone, I need a moment. Just one moment. I'm gonna. No, it's okay, Gumshoe. Just give me a moment. I need to refocus. I remember this as well. It's a vine motif, isn't it? Yes, it looks like two interwoven vines crisscrossing down the blade in such an erotic fashion. It's like they can't... It's like the vines would die if they were ever separated from each other. It's so beautiful. Just love how he's like, specifically like, oh, it's quite beautiful. Edgeworth has never been aroused. I disagree. I just think he gets aroused about things that you wouldn't think he'd be aroused about. Girthy blade. That's girth. Oh. Oh, he had to go to sleeping specialist because of it? Oh, that sucks. I guess it's probably worse than just like sleep apnea, huh? Yeah, there's no blood on it, so this probably isn't what they stabbed him with. Of course he's super focused. He's looking at that pattern with it's like the world right now is just him in that pattern and just darkness around him. Fine, sir. I think it looks like a bunch of stars, if you ask me. It's one of those six-sided stars, just like the police mark on RDs. I really don't think you can call these stars. To say that the detective's art sense is underdeveloped would be an understatement. The real question is why the Babylonis Embassy's Secretariat holding this? Embassies. While we don't know how Mr. Kochin came to possess this key, we do know that this was stolen by the Yatagarasu from the Cadopian embassy. That's right. Mr. Faraday had written that fact down in his organizer. And obviously, because he written it down, we should take it as 100% truth. I believe this means that further research is required into the country of Cadopia. Why don't you ask Ambassador Poleno about what he knows? Supposedly, he was a candidate to be the next Cadopian ambassador once long ago. He should be able to answer any specific questions you may have. Miles Edgeworth. It's a knife wound. Sucks to suck. It's obvious that what he was killed with, but I wonder if it's consistent with the wound. Indeed. Okay, thank you for your input. This man, where do I know him from? Are we serious? We just talked about this. What's this? Floor. He is burned. Are we done? Nope. Egg? Other hand? What am I looking for? Water. Oh, the knife. Is this knife the murder weapon? Some preliminary testing has been conducted. According to the results, the blood on that matches the victim's blood. The blade's shape was also found to be consistent with the stab wound. I suppose this means that we now know that the crime was committed with this knife. This knife's got some really fancy, ornamentation going on, huh, sir? This thing practically screams, artsy at me, too. Although, it's also covered in blood, just like the last thing I said was artsy. Gumshoe secretly loves, like, morbid art. Because of the desk. Fair enough. I made radical changes to my username by capitalizing the P, M, and T. It's true, but it also is what... It keeps me on my toes. Which is odd to say. Because if this game was perfectly done... Well, no, okay, I won't say that. If they didn't make mistakes, you might fall victim to, like, missing things. Because you're, like, not critiquing it enough. So when something really dumb happens, it helps to refocus me. And it makes it goofy and fun. Hey Tom, what's up, dude? I was fucking with you last night too, Lugia. White House, that is a weird day for you, guy. I don't know who Honest C is. Have fun. I hope you're able to do it efficiently and have to spend as least amount of time of it on them as possible. That might be my new canon. She has snacks inside there instead of shoulder padding. I have all my Snickers in here. You've seen me when I'm hungry. But the handle is pristine. There's not a single drop of blood on it. Speaking of the handle, Speaking of the handle, I believe it has a butterfly motif. It's very beautiful. She loves her motifs, that's for sure. That is odd for the handle itself to have nothing on it. Huh. I think that's it. Yep. Don't worry, KO. I'll get to you in a second. Let me... Ceiling fan must have fallen from the ceiling. Yeah? That might be the most obvious thing Edgeworth has ever said. Ceiling fan? What does one of those do? Exactly what it sounds like it does. It's a fan that is installed on one ceiling. Well, if I had one of those in my room, I'd better go dizzy from staring at it as I slept. Detective Gumshoe, in the real world, we close our eyes when we sleep. Just let that one go, okay? Miles Edgeworth. What is it? Let me tell you something. You are currently my subordinate. And if you wish to convince everyone else of that, you will speak to me with respect. What's with the giddy glint in her eyes? I don't think that will really be necessary, Francisca. Oh, really? Well, it doesn't matter. It doesn't change the fact that you are still under me. I thought Francisca was flying around the world in pursuit of the smuggling case. So then why is she here at this embassy? Maybe because it has something to do with the smuggling case. I was investigating the Alabastian embassy when I got wind of this mess. Yeah, Miles Edgeworth. Oh, I see, another strimmer. A ceiling fan, it must have been carried in here and smashed on the ground. The only possible explanation. Hey. No, never mind. That sounds awful. I was gonna say, that's probably like a super useful... But no, your eye would be... Wouldn't it get like super dry? Oh, that's right. The Yatagarasu was due to appear at that embassy as well. Yes, but the difference is that we didn't have a fire over there. Although, there was an incident at the Alabastian embassy as well. But I left Agent Lang in charge of that case and came over to the Babalese embassy. Oh, so Agent Lang is here as well, huh? I see you've met. Well, he's in the Alabastian embassy acting as bodyguard for Ambassador Alba. Ambassador Jessica Alba. Hubba hubba. However, he seems to have a different reason for being there. So the suspect in the murder that occurred in this office is that little girl I see. Is she perhaps trying to be the Yatagarasu? Okay, whatever, harm a soul, sir. Okay. You remember, do you not, about the case we investigated together 7 years ago? That girl's the daughter of the victim in that case, Mr. Faraday. So she's that feisty little girl. Kay has been on the trail of the Yatagarasu, which is how she ended up here, looking for the one who took her father's life. I see. Maybe that's something I should try sometime. Kay's trying so hard, but you know what? The Yatagarasu just keeps on tricking us all. She is just the perfect being, appearance-wise. Just I find no fault. I find no fault in Jessica Alba. And I'm somebody who finds fault in many, many, many things. How so? Yatsugaratsu sent a card saying, I will be there to steal your dirtiest secret. But all we've had is an arson and a murder. The lab boys are going in circles. You know what this is, sirs? It's a breach of contract and it's going on the rap sheet. Yeah, that's what we gotta worry about. The breach of contract claim. You ask me, I'm perfectly fine with the fact that nothing was stolen tonight. I do wonder though, if Callisto you really is the Yatsugaratsu. Probably have to present something. This guy is very warm. I can't believe that Manny fell among thieves tonight. Without him, I have no idea what my schedule for tonight is. Ambassador Poleno, I believe your schedule tonight will consist of listening to reports from the police. That and only that. I ask you to cooperate not only for your own sake, but for Mr. Cochin's as well. You're a rather strong man, aren't you? How fascinating! Here, I know it isn't much, but I'd like you to have these. I'm sorry, but it would be against my principles to accept a bribe. Oh, no. These are simply coupons. We distribute to promote Babao. Remember, we offer a large number of discounts and offers when you visit lovely Babao. Now I remember. The Republic of Babao is known for its feverish tourism industry. Yeah, his friction isn't helping his temperature. Is that how dolphins sleep? Yeah, like this dude isn't suspicious at all with his eyes closed and his... I was wondering if you might tell me a bit about the deceased Manny Cochin. He was my secretary in the embassy secretariat and charged with running the whole place. He was an admirable man. His death is a great loss to our country. He was in charge of everything: accounting, printing, taking care of our national treasures. I'm sorry, but did you say printing? Our country's primary source of revenue is our tourism industry. So in order for us to print the necessary pamphlets, flyers, coupons, etc., we have a printing press here at our own embassy. Let's see, please excuse my forwardness. However, I feel I should mention that I have the distinct impression that I've met him before. Oh yes. Since you are of the legal profession, I suppose you just might have. After all, Manny was involved in the KG-8 incident. The KG-8 incident? The defendant was found innocent. Who was found innocent in that case was Manny. So your Mr. Cochin is the same man as the one in that case. It's been 10 years. Manny recovered personally from that case and dove enthusiastically into this job. He was the one who planned this event and was to oversee this embassy's renovations. It really is a shame. He had such a bright future ahead of him. Oh. Wow, I didn't know that. I guess that makes sense so that they continue to swim or fly while also getting rest. He does have scale sideburns. I don't think I ever would have caught that. What exactly did you mean earlier by renovations? We can't have tourists and visitors to our embassy think we're a poor nation, can we? So renovating the embassy is something of an investment. We may have a rather paltry budget, but we're trying our best to make do. However, I guess the only person who could have helped us do our best is no longer now with us. How are they so poor if tourism's so big? Ambassador Polano, I was wondering if I may ask you about Canopia. Canopia? Oh, right. What would you like to talk about? First, I'd like to ask you about this key. What about this key? Scrin XD. I found it sticking out of Mr. Conchin's pocket. I believe it originally belonged to this embassy, is that correct? Upon closer inspection, it seems that this key is shaped like a butterfly. That's not all about this key. That's not all about this key. It's also capable of changing into a knife. Oh, how fascinating! Is it possible that the ambassador didn't know about the existence of this key? In its knife form, there is a flower mark at the base of the blade. I guess this knife might be from when we used to be a part of Canopia. Damn, dude! Just, like, respond like a normal person. And how did you come to that conclusion? It has both of Canopia's national symbol, the butterfly and the flower. I suppose Manny used this key here at the embassy back when we were still Canopia. I guess because we don't need to sleep while doing other stuff, because we're not really worried about predators, right? I assume that's an anti-predatory function. If we haven't needed it, if we needed it, we would have evolved that way. Like say dinosaurs were still alive, maybe then. But they're not, because they got destroyed by a meteor, dunked on by a meteor. Yeah, a fucking lazy ass minimalist evolution, right? Am I right? Fucking only doing the minimum possible, just kind of skating by. How about we go above and beyond here? Okay? Let's be able to only sleep with half of our brain and do other shit with the other half. Come on, evolution. Let's see you put in some extra effort here. Shoot for that A instead of that C. Yeah, because we don't need it anymore. Because we don't need to process raw meat. Are there two keys? I mean, it's possible that there are two keys. I don't think it was ever stated that there's only the one. But I think for the narrative to make sense, it's going to be just the one. But we'll see. Or like not even like not why we sleep, how much we should sleep, like that. Those things can't be random, right? There's a reason behind everything that we do. It's all meant to serve a function. Hey, dog, I don't want to hear that. I was promised by the Q continuum that humans would eventually evolve into omnipotent beings. I'm still holding out hope for that. Or at least let us shoot like laser beams out of our eyes or something. I'm such a dick. So Ventus asked the question and I'm just thinking in my head like, oh, do they have origins that we care about? I swear, I feel like the Dakotas have to have like the most boring origin story in all the U.S. I mean, not like Cyclops though, more like Kano, like you can control it, as opposed to if I don't have sunglasses on, I'm killing everyone. See, but you would think then, Xblod, wouldn't we evolve so that our temperature wouldn't be as warm and that the brain requires, like, an efficient amount of energy? For eventually, I think. Oh, I see. So it's really going to be End of Evangelion, not the Q continuum. We all turn into a puddle of LCL and merge together to create one giant naked anime girl with wings. You know, this is going to sound really fucked up. I'm not sure Sele did anything wrong. Oh, man. It could be Ventus. I have no idea. Well, it's not about making a species better. It's about making them be able to survive better, though. Yes. As opposed to more of a general better. And you would think that making the body more efficient would be better survival. As opposed to just superfluous, you know. Hey, Tira. I mean, isn't that where, like, the various skin tones came from? I don't know if I actually learned that or if that's just what I always assumed. Does it make sense? The warmer it is, the more melanin you'd have. You're exposed to higher temperatures and more, like, harsh direct sunlight. That would be nice. How about legs adapted to sedentary jobs? No, that'd be terrible. That would be terrible. That would be evolution in the wrong way. Arguably. But technically, it's still evolution. It's going right. Just severely burned room. I should say now that our tech difficulties have passed. Ambassador Paleno, this key was stolen from the Cadopian Embassy 7 years ago by Callisto Yu, otherwise known as the Great Thief Yatagarasu. Oh, really? You were not aware that Miss Yu had broken into this embassy at that time? I'm sorry, I can't be much of a help. I'm not very familiar with these details, you see. I only became the ambassador after Baba became its own independent nation. But if Manny were still alive, he'd probably know about what happened back then. I would fucking think so, considering he was accused. Well, actually, Gumshoe was accused and he didn't know shit even after the fact either. Mr. Konchin and Miss Yu knew each other 7 years ago. Well, that doesn't explain why I found the Yatsugarasu's key here in the present. Alright, should probably talk to Kay at some point. But then you get genetic engineering, and ooh, that might be a bad thing. That might not be such a great thing. With vitamin D uptake. Huh. That would make a lot of sense. Probably why my vitamin D isn't great. Especially since I don't get as much sun anymore. really bad for me. My wife, on the other hand, perfectly fine. Fucking English, German, and Irish. Wait, no. English, German, and Irish melanin combo. Here you go. You see this skin? You see this skin? This is the fucking vitamin D that you're not able to give me as efficiently as possible. Cat girls? Yeah, I would agree with that. Good question. Well, I mean, so like in science fiction, that's always how it starts, right? Like, we use it because we can remove a lot of things that really negatively affect people, and people won't have to deal with that anymore. The problem is you always get some corporation or some dude who's like, and we can do more than that. We can make them super people for war. I'd seen those already. I just didn't have a chance to respond to them. I think that updated autopsy report was like one of the first videos anyone's ever showed me on the series. Is what a bad thing. Trying to make superhumans for war. See, Best Around is that person. Best Around's that person that's gonna ruin it for everyone. Sounds like the solution to that is legislation. I mean, do you think that actually would prevent something like that? I mean, I agree, there should definitely be legislation. But practically speaking, there's still a fear that it wouldn't be enough. Designer babies, oh yeah. Depends on what happens when you advance the human race. The problem is that you can always think like of the ideal conditions, but what about the stuff you don't consider? What happens between people that are advanced and people that aren't considered advanced? Are the advanced humans going to be... Is there going to be like a class disparity? Is there going to be resentment? Condescension? What'll be the social dynamics there? Will it end up being control? Will they end up becoming slave owners of them because they look down on everyone else? Will they get killed because the ones below, like, that aren't considered advanced are so resentful that they rise up and discriminate and kill all those that aren't just like them? The problem is you can't really test that sort of thing until it's actually put in place across the mass population. At least the social aspects of it. Uber? I don't think I've heard of that before. I mean, Lynch, why do some people believe that some races are superior to others? People do stupid things. Just because it doesn't make any logical sense doesn't mean it wouldn't be something that would happen. Although I'd agree, we're much closer to Metal Gear than widespread Captain Americas. That doesn't mean you wouldn't have... Well, look at The Boys. The Boys is a good example of, like, say you made advanced humans that had superpowers. They were... Spoiler alert if you haven't watched The Boys and want to watch The Boys or read the visual novel, the graphic novel, not visual novel. Spoiler alert, mute me now. That company created those people so that the company could essentially rule the world, and it basically is. Because tanks can't stand up to fucking, Superman. No, and it's not to say we'll actually be able to create somebody that can do that, but, I mean, we're talking about genetic engineering. I have no idea how far that can go. No idea. That's part of the concern. And I'm not saying it shouldn't, there shouldn't be some aspects that shouldn't happen. I'm just talking about why it shouldn't just be jumped into head first. But we don't know that. It could. Once we start changing things, who knows what, they could end up doing. Probably not. But I don't know. I feel like there are still secrets about what DNA can ultimately do based on changes that could be made that wouldn't necessarily occur naturally. Ugh, bugs. Hey, Sarah. Oh, I hope so too. I hope Vulcans fucking come visit us. That'd be amazing. The problem is that Vulcans are probably looking at us right now and they're like, these beings are quite illogical. It does not appear we have any reason to do any business with them at this time. Yeah, isn't best around is an anime villain. What do you determine as bad traits? That's a good point too, Riley. Some would see that as a detriment or a flaw. But not everybody sees that way, or you're slapping the people in the face that have it and have learned to, some people might have learned to use it to their advantage as much as they possibly can. Although I will say, fuck allergies. Make it so my body doesn't have allergies to anything. I do believe it's a mistake for me. And it sucks. It doesn't help me at all. Everybody else gets to enjoy outside. I take one sniff and my body's like, burning eyes, boogers coming out of your nose, sneezing. Like, dude, are you fucking kidding me? Some people, hives everywhere. Get the fuck out of here, it's just pollen. Cells at work has really ruined my opinion. Not my opinion, but it has made me hate allergies all the more now that I understand more about why it happens, and that your body makes a really stupid and overreactive response to something it does not need to make that response to. That episode's hilarious, but also infuriating. I mean, yeah, that makes sense, but couldn't part of genetic engineering be creating bodies that are more adaptive to that sort of technology? And thus you create cyborgs? That could have the same issues as any advanced human, like race. Yeah, I agree with you, Riley. Hey, speak for yourself, dog. I plan on living forever. Lawful evil, yeah, right? I have not seen Cells at Work Black yet. I've only seen the first season of Cells at Work. Some people believe that, though. Some people believe that, though, like individuals with that sort of malady, they either believe you should never have been born, or believe me, you would have been better off not being. It would have been better for you to not exist. Which, is there like a worse insult than that? Like a worse way to degrade somebody's existence? No, it was the first season of Cells at Work that was the allergy. Cells at Work Black involves a smoker or something, doesn't it? That's what I heard. I hate body hair. I'm hairy as fuck and I hate it, except for my facial hair. I love my facial hair, but I wish the rest of my body had no hair. I didn't give 10 likes. Why not wax? Because I hear it's really painful. I don't shave. I could shave, but the problem is when you are a minority and you have curly hair, what happens when you shave your hair is that the hair then starts to grow within the skin, creating ingrown hairs. And let me tell you, I would just rather have the hair out than a bunch of ingrown hairs. Not only does it itch like a motherfucker, it looks bad. It looks like you have pimples all over the place. I still have ingrown hairs on my face. Not as many because I finally grew my beard out, but when I was shaving it constantly, it almost looked like I kind of would have like a little mild rash or pimples, and they weren't. They were just ingrown hairs. They're awful. I could get laser hair removal, but it takes forever and takes multiple treatments. So to do that all over my body, ain't worth it. And besides, I'm pretty sure that's not something your body wants. It could be that the hair on the top of your head and your face is curly, but the hair around the rest of your body is not. I was self-conscious about my legs when I was like 13. Then by the time I got into high school, I'm like, hell yeah, hairy ass legs. I'm a fucking man. Ever since then, I stopped caring in general. But yeah, I really didn't like it. In fact, I still don't wear, I think, shorts very often just because middle school put me into that mode. I'm just not used to wearing shorts very often anymore outside. But it's not a self-conscious thing anymore. It's just that's what happens. That's true. They're not really vital, so I guess that makes sense. Yeah, it is a pretty unfortunate double standard. I would agree with that. I don't at all get on my wife about it. Not to say she doesn't, but like if it starts to grow longer and I notice, I don't ever say anything about it because who am I to say that unless I want to go shave my hair? I would agree. I think it just looks bad for anybody. How old are you, guy? It might just be that you have to like let it go for a while. Because like mine didn't grow in like evenly. Now, granted, it still grew in fine, but like there were some other areas that came in later. Hey man, if he wants to shave his body hair, that's fine. I don't have anything against dudes that shave or wax their body hair. That makes you feel good, you go for it. Armpits are not great, yeah. Where do I think Gavin felt a crime? Gavin? I guess I don't know what you mean. Gavin wasn't a criminal. Actually, mine does that too, Devin. It stops at my ankles and then my feet, there's like a few hairs on my feet, but basically they're smooth otherwise. It's really strange. Reverse socks. I never thought about that before. I mean, I don't think there's anything wrong with that. PokeTube. Oh, wow. Hey, Zod Arsenal, thank you for the sub that popped up 38 minutes after the fact. Thank you so much, Streamlabs, Streamlabels, for finally notifying me about that. Also, thank you to Bad McNugget. Oh, are there Bad McNuggets? Unfortunate. Well, thank you for the sub. Oh, that's right. Gavin's the last name. I'm now who's done, right? I mean, it seemed like Gavin just had a gigantic, like, pathological self-esteem issue. It was basically uncontrollable. Because if he didn't have a self-esteem issue, he never would have done what he did. He would have no reason. Oof. I've never had food poisoning from McDonald's, but it wouldn't surprise me if it happens at some point. Claver definitely shaves his body hair. It would not surprise me if Edgeworth did as well. All right, let's check in with Kay. It's been a fun conversation, but should probably get into the gameplay. Kay, are you all right?
She's been choking me for this entire time, you son of a bitch! You believe me, don't you, Mr. Edgeworth? You don't think I did it, right?
Yes, of course I don't. I promise to prove that it wasn't you. That's enough chit-chat. You can investigate all you like, but it's only a matter of time before we take her in. It would be wise of you to give up while you can. What? Why? Is something bad gonna happen to me if I don't? If worst case scenario, it's just a slight waste of time for me and inconvenience. I think it's worth the risk if to, you know, no, your logic is stupid. No, I don't think so. Kay isn't lying, and my investigation will prove that to be true. Go ahead and try then, if you're that confident. I can't allow this to continue on this way. I must prove her innocence post-haste. Seem this safe. A small personal safe.
This was Mr. Cochin's office, so perhaps he stored his most important documents in there.
Ah, of course it's locked. It appears we won't be able to open it without the key. Alright, let's start getting some logic. Yo, Stone Fam, raid. Where's my raid? Oh, that's right. I need to... Wait. What? Everything's just weird right now. Anyways, thank you to Stone Fam for the raid. Let's see what came in there. Raphael Bad Wolf, Stone Family 64. Also, hello Maxim. Daryl, how's it going, everybody? What were you guys playing tonight? Thank you, Bad Wolf. Much appreciated. Well, it started off kind of rough. We're having a lot of tech issues that are getting really annoying, but seems like we're past most of it, and the investigation seems to be going smoothly so far. Although Kay has been in that chokehold for like 3 hours. Drop your linky link. Yeah, it's turned on. I saw the alerts pop up before, and now they're like delayed again. Although Bad Wolf's just came up, so that wasn't too delayed, which was good. YouTube channel. You can spell right, Twain. There we go. For those who don't know me, my name's Twain. I'm one of 4 people on this channel. I'm your primary streamer. And we also do Let's Play videos and stuff like that. I am an attorney licensed in the state of Wisconsin. And so people wanted me to play these games involving attorneys to see what my opinion on some of this nonsense would be. These are fun games. Very nonsensical in many circumstances, but still fun. There we go. Yo, what's up, Possum? So this is a spin-off. This is Ace Attorney Investigations. It's a spin-off of the Ace Attorney games, which the Ace Attorney games are more of a straightforward visual novel situation, where you're basically playing investigator, detective, and attorney. You are one of the attorneys from that series in this game, Miles Edgeworth, but you are just focused on the investigations part, so there's actual movement and like areas and stuff instead of just like the visual novel talking back and forth, but you don't see any sprites or anything like that. Shiny hunting, at least. Wait, whoa! You released 7 shiny Pokemon? Good lord, what was the challenge? Hey, William, thank you for the sub on YouTube. Also, hello, Trep. I suggest, I actually think there's a lot of people that like don't even ever think they need to see a therapist because they consider themselves normal to see a therapist. I think therapists can be great for mostly everyone if you can find the right therapist. Not every therapist is going to be right for you. I have found a psychiatrist that I get along with very well, and I think she is very helpful for me, but I've had psychiatrists that were not so much, and I still haven't really found a therapist that I've clicked with yet, but I've only gone through one. I only hesitate because I met another one, but that one was pretty obviously not going to work very early on. It's kind of obvious, as opposed to the other one I actually tried to like. All right, I'll give it a go. We'll go for like a few months and we'll see what happens. And then I was like, no, it's not really helpful. Too worried about the shallow issues and not the deeper, deep-seated problems. Oh, is it 5 of you? I think I knew it was you and your wife, but I didn't realize your kids were on there too. I mean, but you don't think you have an accent, right? For you, that's normal. I had to get 20 kills in COD or release a shiny per match. You didn't get 20 kills? This is in multiplayer, right? Hopefully that's not Warzone because good lord. Even for good players, 20 kills isn't a given. Was it after that last thing that I said? Because if it was, no, I haven't seen it yet. Not a ton, Trep, because we had some tech issues earlier. That's true. I mean, normal. I mean, there is such a thing as normal, but only in a relative sense. Normal means difference. It means something different to most everyone, right? My idea of normal is different from somebody else's normal. There is no like objective normal. That's for the raid. That's for 25 likes. I'll also give out for 20 likes. Thank you, JB. Oh, that kind of sucks. I went through that with doctors for a little while. Not that I left doctors or they went somewhere else. They literally just kept retiring because I kept going to like older doctors because I tended to trust them more. Although now I'm kind of in between both an older doctor and a younger doctor, and I think I actually like the younger doctor better. It seems like he prioritizes the same things that I prioritize. Like, he was the one that was like, so part of your anxiety issue and your chest pain and stuff is like, it's because of your anxiety. And what can help anxiety in conjunction with helping blood pressure is blood pressure medication. And controlling the blood pressure will help the pain go away. And it will actually help your anxiety. And I was like, I never knew that. And ever since I've been taking that medication, just huge improvement. Huge improvement. Sucks to be on blood pressure medication at 35, but 34. Oh my god, how old am I? That's not necessarily a good thing. You can petition all you want, Sarah. I cannot guarantee that it will happen anytime soon. I personally like girl therapists more myself, in general. But I think that depends on people individually. I don't think it's strictly a gender should see one gender thing. I personally feel more comfortable talking about my issues around girls. That's just how I am. Maybe it's because even before we got married, my wife was always my best friend, so she was the person that I talked to the most, and that's what I'm used to in terms of like the people that I've generally talked to about my problems. Or my wife, and then like my sister. So I think it completely depends on your circumstances. Some girls are gonna feel better talking to guys. Some guys are gonna feel better talking to girls. Vice versa. You're never the problem. So, like I said, sometimes it just takes a little while for you to find the right therapist. Not all of them are gonna click with you. Just like not everyone you meet you're gonna be friends with, right? It's the same thing. Just sucks that sometimes it takes a little longer for some people to find that one that clicks. I have not tried online. Well, actually that's not true. I've only seen my psychiatrist online. Video chatting. So I'm not sure if that's what you mean. But I started seeing her during the pandemic, so we've only had video conferencing, and I still think she's really good. Hardcore team, hardcore. You are indeed a family of culture, and I can appreciate that. Still though, that's tough, because hardcore matches are usually so much slower, because people just don't want to die in one hit. I love hardcore though. I don't do my math ever. You should know that. Remember, trigonometry is what I can't. I just get confused by math. Is just blue. Yeah, it could happen, dog. You could have gotten it right the first time. Yeah, but that doesn't mean all male therapists are going to be like that. You can't just assume they're all going to be like that because there are some people that are really bad. Take advantage of their clients. There are some women that have done the same thing. Got in trouble for it. I mean, it seems like you've made a lot of progress. Jumped in voice chat with us like it was nothing the other night. That was cool. That was last night, yeah. I still get hesitant about jumping into voice chats with strangers sometimes. Not necessarily strangers even, but like just people I don't know really well. All right, later, Stone Family. Thank you again for the raid. Guys, make sure to go check out Stone Family 64. Throw them a sub, show them some love for throwing the raid our way. I'd greatly appreciate it. Yeah, even though I'm generally not into soccer, my friends and I like kind of just make it like an event. Like just a fun thing to watch together. So we generally do the World Cup thing. No, it's not part of the Olympics. I mean, yeah, that makes sense. It should be easier online, really. Nah, Messi ain't gotta win nothing. It's the USA's time to shine. Thinks absolutely no one. Well, yeah, you seem like a very social person, Lugia. I mean, the people that like Virus is the same way. Sometimes they'll just sit in general chat in case anybody wants to come and talk, and I'm like, I would never do that. But good for you. Hand egg? All right, later, Riley. Take it easy. Oh, they didn't even qualify? Oh, fucking waste of time. Why even bother? They are just terrible. Oh, they refer to American football as hand egg? Oh, that's funny. Becoming a lawyer really like helped force me to get better with eye contact. That's something I had a big problem with too. More out of necessity. Because if I can't make eye contact with somebody, how am I ever going to exude confidence? Like I'd be really bad at my job. Good for you, Nemo. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I don't care. Here, just give her this link. We do have a new verification process, but I assume that's not going to be a big issue. Well, I mean, and a therapist is actually like certified to help you, right? Way like much better than we can. It still helps to like just get your problems out there sometimes because it helps you collect your thoughts better, but none of us are really qualified to give you like actual medical opinions on what you should be doing, right? That's true. The women are quite good. What's her face? She is just... What? Is it Alex Morgan? She is just... Man. She is, She is a beaut. Watching her play is a joy. Well, don't most people just refer to it as American football to like distinguish it? I know it's actually like really big in Germany. A guy from Germany who married my wife's cousin who lives here now, would tell me about like how the Super Bowl is this gigantic event in Germany. And it's not that people watched football like all the time, but they watched the big events because they just made it like a big, like a party sort of thing. And there would be German commentators that specifically would know that some of the people that were watching wouldn't necessarily know all the rules, so they were very good at commentating on the game and then also explaining things that might go over the heads of some people. But like, apparently it's very widely viewed. I did not know that. Problem is he's a filthy Vikings fan. Can't account for taste. So what do we do about that, Trep?
Jesus fucking, are you kidding me?
Go Browns. Hey, I ain't got nothing against the Browns. Y'all need some success. I root for you. No fan base should go that long without success. Except maybe Patriots fans. So yeah, that soundbite that just popped up, Maxim, that's the KY soundbite. That's another streamer on the channel, KY, when he plays Dark Souls, Bloodborne, stuff like that. I got nothing against the Panthers either. Just can't stand the Vikings and the Bears. Detroit Lions are like, I mean, you guys have been bad for so long that I don't really care. It's almost like you're not even a part of our division. So, I mean, you guys, you guys do you. Hand and kickball. Handball is different, but hand and kickball? Rolls off the tongue. I think there's some logic here, because we've gotten quite a... Yeah, here we go. Okay. Motif on knife handle. Embassy's dirtiest secret. Safe. It's a safe. Wouldn't it have a combo? Oh. We know for a fact that the Yatagarasu's key was used at this embassy. Furthermore, we found it in the victim, Mr. Kochin's pocket, which leads me to think that perhaps it is the key to the personal safe in this office. Good thinking, sir. Let's go try it out. It appears I was correct. The key that was left to us in the victim's pocket literally turned out to be the key to the next piece of the truth. What do we have here? Looks like a fake wall. Because that wall is obviously not what's against the back of the safe. Hey, there's nothing inside. Do you think the Yatagarasu made off with everything, sir? No, detective, I believe all we need is a closer look. Nook and cranny. What is this here? Looks like ripped corner of a piece of paper, sir. No, I don't think it's ripped. It seems more, to me, like it's stuck in the safe. Hey, you're right. It won't budge an inch. Not even when I tug on it. But I don't think I've ever seen paper stuck on the inside of a safe before. Detective, I think you have it backwards. It's not the paper that's strange. It's the safe. What do you mean? What I mean is that the secret to the safe is that... Even just eyeballing it, you can see that the inside is a bit too shallow. Furthermore, with the unnatural way the paper is stuck at the back of the safe, I'd say that there is an extra bit of space behind the back wall of this safe. In other words, this safe has a second compartment. What? I suppose that you are correct in asserting that the paper is stuck in an unnatural manner. However, if what you say is correct and there is a second compartment, how do we go about opening the door to it then? I mean, I don't know. I'm just telling you what it is. As you can see, there's no other lock or keyhole in sight. Actually, there is one more spot of interest to me on this safe. Oh? Yes, and I believe that spot is the keyhole to our mystery second lock. The safe and its locks. Alright then, since you are so sure of yourself, show me how you deduced your answer. There's no real difference between these two things. This wouldn't make sense, because this is the keyhole for that, right? Oh, maybe it is. Hey, there's a hole here, sir. It's a little too oddly shaped for a latch hole. Wow, that's a funny shape for a latch hole, huh? Get out of my mind. Shaped kind of like a star, don't you think, sir? Detective, I would hardly call that shape a star. Must be some reason for this hole. Well, there's gotta be some reason why this hole is shaped so weirdly, you know? Am I overthinking this? No, I don't think so. Maybe I'm overthinking things? Nah, there's no way I could ever do that. Ho ho! Get out of my head! Stars. Oops. This? Doesn't the shape of this keyhole remind you of something, Francisca?
The shape does look very familiar.
Doing that will cause a rift in the universe. KY into KY. What did they announce, guy? You verified them manually? What do we do with the bots? I think somebody else had that issue too, and they just ended up leaving because they were probably like, what the fuck? Which, like, sucks, but I suppose that's gonna happen. The amount of chat rooms. Hold on. Did you guys get your roles? I mean, there are a lot of areas of our Discord. That's why we have the role stuff. Because, like, certain roles don't have to see certain parts that they're never going to, like, care about, right? So then it doesn't matter. Who's the... Oh, that's... Yeah. Sorry, I just want to make sure that the new people that get in know that they should go to role requests. Why? That's weird. Sorry. Okay, so yeah, I just, for those that just joined, because I saw that there was a few of you, make sure you go to role request and click which roles you want so that you have access to those areas. I assume Law Club will be the most popular of the roles because a lot of you are coming from the Phoenix Wright streams. Also, shock, the key is also a key. Yeah, right? I feel like we have many roles, Sarah. Oh, it's on the 26th, I see. Oh, is there an issue with doing it on mobile? All right, we'll have to try to figure that out. Oh, I believe it's simply a latch hole for the safe's locking mechanism. I honestly thought that's what it was too. But it does look strangely designed. It's just for keeping the door shut, nothing more. If that's all it was for, it wouldn't need to be designed like that, though. Is that so? The person who used this safe, Mr. Cochin, made sure this safe had 2 compartments in order to hide something. You honestly think someone like that would allow the keyhole for the hidden half to look so obviously like a keyhole that even the average person could figure it out? You can't be serious. Are you saying that this hole is the keyhole to the hidden compartment of this safe? That's precisely what I'm saying. And I will prove to you right now that the Yatagarasu's key is the key that will open it. You can just talk to me like a normal person. You don't have to yell objection. We're just having a normal conversation.
The Yatagarasu's key? Miles Edgeworth, this had better be a very bad joke.
Sorry, but this is no joke. The Yatagarasu's key is the very key that will open the second compartment of the safe.
We know that this key opens the first compartment of the safe, but the keyhole you're talking about is of an entirely different shape than that of the key.
Oh, do I need to? Let's go over this again, shall we? The Yatagarasu's key was originally made to open Mr. Cochin's safe in the Canopian Embassy. We confirmed that as fact by opening the door to a safe with it. Now let's take a look at the back end of the key. Looking at the knife portion head on, what do you see?
What are you
It appears that you've come to understand what I'm talking about. When viewed head on, the key's blade is the exact same shape as the keyhole. The real function of the knife portion is to act as the key to the hidden portion of the safe.
But that's preposterous!
Actually pretty baller. Because it looks like a knife and was used like one to kill Mr. Faraday 7 years ago, we fell under the misconception that it was always meant to be a knife. But for both the safe and its key to conceal such clever tricks, whatever is hidden inside the secret section must be of incredible importance.
Then it's even possible that what I've been searching for is inside. Scruffy, hurry up and open that safe.
Ah, yes sir. Opening it now, sir. These items, they're a bunch of funny shaped things. I guess they're pieces of art, sir.
You're in the way. Move now, Scruffy.
I didn't think I was in the way. That was more of a chuckle than a sniffle, but whatever.
These pieces of art, they're identical to the ones that have been stolen from various countries around the world.
I figured as much. These are the treasures this section of the safe was to hide from view. I believe a more thorough examination is required. Nook and cranny. Oh, never mind. No nook and cranny.
I have been told that the case is comparable in its length to Rise from the Ashes. I have been told that. And I am strapped in and ready for that. Which is why I'm expecting this case to take 4 to 5 streams by itself. I feel like it'd be like that for Rise from the Ashes for me too. Like, well, I should say it is what happens. I don't remember things about the case and I keep editing it. And I'm like, oh yeah, that's right. Wow, this is really fucking stupid. These are the pieces of stolen art from around the world. I wonder how much they're worth. Oh, I wonder how much they're worth. Especially this one. There! Scruffy, don't touch those valuable pieces of art with your filthy hands. Why do you have any idea what would happen to you if one of them were to break? Is it just me, or did she hit one of those pieces of art just now? I assume these are all the same. Yeah. Makes sense. It's the size of 3 1,000-page textbooks stacked on top of one another. That's a lot. That's long. Written in 8-point font. Good lord. Yeah, Paisano has been our NNC counter. Oh, did you get all of them? I know you were debating on that a little while ago. And it lasted forever for me, especially because I couldn't figure out one of the parts. This is the document that we thought was stuck earlier. Wonder what it's about. Beats me, sir. Why don't we take a look at it first before we give up, Detective? Yeah, let's just give up and not even look at it. Mr. Coach's name is written here on the last page. I wonder what the significance of this document is. Is that it? Well, we're missing page 2. Oh, I guess it's written in Babalese. Kadopian. To steal your dirtiest secret. Is it possible that the dirty secret the Yantagarasu was out to steal is in this very room? Dirty secret? Francisca, you're in pursuit of some dirty, underhanded dealings yourself, are you not? You guys like my magic trick? I can disappear into thin air, talk 1 second, and disappear the next. I actually did, yes. I actually did go to the bathroom real quick and also grab some cola. Well, I did learn something about this additionally that I did not know. It's not restream. It has nothing to do with restream. I didn't think it did, but yesterday confirmed it because we streamed it straight to YouTube and it still dropped. What, Pearl's ball? Oh, gravity. Fair enough. See, I don't think... We'll see how I feel. Maybe I'll feel more like you do later. But the game to me hasn't been as bad as I expected it to be. Now, that doesn't mean it still can't be boring. But like, I think like Rise from the Ashes, I'm going to remember characters, so it was interesting enough that some of the new characters were good. But not necessarily the details of the case. Like, I kind of already don't remember what happened on the airplane. That was like, what, 2 weeks ago? The flashback case I might remember pretty well, because that had a lot of shit going on, plus Von Karma's. That actually involved Gumshoe being accused, so it's a beloved character getting accused is something that'll, you know, is a little easier to stick with your head. And yeah, I would rather it leave no impression than... Actually, no, that's not true. That is not true at all. I'd rather something be horrifically bad. Yeah, I thought that happened. There we go. That's better. I would rather be something horrifically bad and memorable than boring and unmemorable. Because at least it's memorable. If something wasn't even, you know, worth it enough, whether it be bad or good, to leave some sort of impression on my mind, I basically wasted my time. It didn't even leave anything in my mind. That point in time in my life is just blank. I don't think it's possible for you to hype up Investigations 2 any more than it has been from everyone else, to be honest. I did dislike their I disliked them retconning Blue Badger's origins. Although they didn't really, because if I remember correctly, didn't the detective or the chief always claim that he was the reason that it happened, but we still know it was really Gumshoe? It's just that propaganda basically spread. Exactly. If it's bad, you can shit on it later. Like, we shit on that. We shit on case 3s all the time. They're bad, but we remember them. Yeah, I do remember that, dog. But I thought Gumshoe kept saying that he worked really hard on the design. And even in even in case 3, he said very generally, I spent a lot of time working very hard on it. Us knowing at this point that that's not the same cutout, right? Not the one from the police station. At least I'm pretty sure it wasn't. I heard some of the later third cases are pretty good too. Not just Investigations 2, like in Dual Destinies, I think. So then, how'd they retcon the isn't that how Case 3 presented the origin? What'd they retcon then? I accidentally saw Emma's character model when I was looking at trying to get those emotes. I saw her character model from Spirit of Justice. I'm looking forward to playing that game. It actually looks really cool. Like, it looked good. Not as just her, but I liked the little upgrade that it got. She does. At least she has more personality in her Pinky than Peach has in her whole kingdom. I don't mind people saying I like this case. Oh, you're talking about the thing about the DLC. I see. Yeah, if people say, man, I like this, like, quite honestly, there's no guarantee that I'll agree with you. So I don't really care about, like, those general declarations. Everybody's like, oh my god, Trials and Tribulations is just the best. You're gonna be far and away your favorite. And I'm like, I still like the first game more. Godot is amazing! Like, Godot is the worst prosecutor, at least in terms of, not character-wise necessarily, but as a prosecutor. Dude sucked balls. He was embarrassing. Looks like this was once a grandfather clock, but it has fallen victim to the fire. Hey, Mr. Edgeworth, is it okay for me to talk about the clocks in my house, sir? They're unrelated to the case. I hope that you will refrain from sharing, but... Well, there's this one clock that I made by myself, but the timer on it, that's quite enough, detective. Yeah, you'd want to do that for psychology. Apparently. Mr. Edgeworth, there's still something on display in this display rack, sir. Knives, huh? Although the blades are all that remain of them, unfortunately. I guess the handles all got burnt off by the fire. Ah, so even the knives fell victim to the fire. Ambassador Polino, are these knives yours? Why, yes, they are. They are a special set of ornamental knives featuring the national symbol of Bella. These butterfly-themed knives, along with Alabast's sewn set of knives, are comprised of 3 knives each. But I can't believe the Babylese ones have been reduced to this state. Ornamental knives, huh? There's a small release on the tang on this blade. Ambassador Polino, what is this notch here for? Oh, it's a feature of these knives wherein you can freely exchange the handles on them, so that we can change how they look to fit the situation, of course. I see, so these knives were constructed so that the handles could be easily removed. I think I needed to talk to Francisca about something else. Francisca, when we last talked, you said that you were on the trail of a smuggling ring. Yo, what's up, Final? That's a good question, Tara. Apollo Justice is still mixed, but it was better. That game was also better than I expected it to be, based on the general opinions on it that I got beforehand. Which is why, to me, like, people say, "Oh, I really like it." Okay, good for you. I might not. I generally don't let other opinions persuade me as to what I feel like I should think. Nor should any of you. You're all your own individuals. Think for your own damn self.
I suppose the reason you are here right now is related to that?
Yes. After analyzing the intel we've gathered from various countries, this embassy rose to the top of our list of sites to investigate. And this is what tipped us off.
Oh, there's page 2. This accounting document?
Only one page of the whole thing, so we're not sure all about all the details. However, it's enough for us to grab onto the tail of the beast. For you see, this type of paper was made only in the kingdom of Cadopia. It's A4, and I swear to God, it is the worst type of paper to ever. Why is it so long? No, using A4 is so stupid. It fits in no folders, and the folders it can fit in are too big for bags. So you have to carry around with you bigger bags just to fit these bigger pieces of paper. I hate A4. I hate A4 so much. I despise it. Why? Why is it used?
That's actually one thing that it's going to be a little disappointing with going to the new games, is that there will actually be some voice acting, so I won't be able to do it all myself. This is how I know the characters, my own voices. It might be the best 4, but it's the worst paper. I mean, honestly, it was common sense. Like, I figured when I first started playing AA, and I looked and see how many games were in the series, because I had known at that point, and I saw when Spirit of Justice came out. And I was just like, oh, so I know Ace Attorney doesn't have voice acting. Does Spirit of Justice have, like, I would think Spirit of Justice had voice, so I just typed voice acting and saw that they had voice actors. So I was like, oh, okay, that makes sense. No, I need for the world to not use A4 paper. The only reason I've dealt with A4 paper is because I have clients that are not in this country. And they have to like send me physical pieces of paper sometimes with like original signatures on it. They send me this A4 shit. And I'm like, fucking damn it. It's too long. And I literally have to get a different type of paper in order to like make sure it matches up, because otherwise I'm gonna have one sheet of paper that's super long compared to all the rest. That would be a spoiler. Yes, agreed. I didn't see what he said because I saw class rep freak out. But yes, I do not want to know who is in which games. I have no interest in knowing that until they appear. Or don't appear. I know for some people that might not seem like a spoiler or anything important, but it is to me. Because the characters are why I like this series the most, not the plots. Didn't he delete it? Too anime and ridiculous. Are you telling me before Dual Destinies this isn't too ridiculous for you? Because this is already ridiculous. All of my paperwork is done with American paper units. American paper units are also just such a nice size. Our folders are such a nice size. Our bags are such a nice size. No need to add an additional 2 inches to everything. Okay, not 2 inches, but what is it, like an inch? Inch and a half? First season of Ace Attorney is really bad.
And that's why I haven't gone to season 2 yet. But I've seen it be promoted on Twitter recently, so I might jump into it. Yeah, just. I don't know. I have no idea what A4 means. I just know that it's not the standard in America. And it's like the standard in some countries that are not this country. Oh, hey, downgraded. No, so Restream is having an issue where it won't connect to YouTube through my account, and because it won't connect through my account, I can't use the Restream chat and the bot to send conversation back and forth. Because the only way it'll work is if I stream it directly to the URL through the stream key, which doesn't actually connect it to my account, so that's the fucking problem. Yeah, I can see you, because I see you on chatbot, but you won't show up on like because this is like directly from YouTube chat. By the way, I hope that information was useful to you. It'll be fine. Eventually, after this playthrough, we're gonna start the transition to where we stream on Twitch by itself and then YouTube by itself, different things, so that this restream problem just won't happen anymore. They'll all have their own different emotes based on what we play on those platforms, and it's just it'll be cleaner. It'll be a lot cleaner. What's on Twitter? There was just some of the voice actors were promoting the season 2 dub. Okay, go watch this. This was really fun. Oh, that's interesting. The anime, or like the game got you back into then watching the anime? Yeah, I heard I see the videos on YouTube, like the blooper videos just have their own vids on YouTube, and I'm like, oh man, I kind of want to see these, but I want to watch the show first. Oh, sure. I don't disagree with you. There is much fewer paper waste. It looks awful, though. And as we know, it's all about aesthetics and not about efficiency. I just look at A4 and I'm like, oh. Like, you'd think like it being longer and taller would give it like more dominance, like what happens in real life with people. Just makes it weird. Ah, gotcha. Don't talk about trees with Amiro. Unless Amiro, if Amiro's here, don't talk about trees. He's gonna rage. No, that's fair. I mean, those situations can be disconcerting, to say the least. Are you like locked into it and just waiting for a specific date? Or are you kind of in a wait and see situation? It's just so unwieldy compared to what we use. Everything we use is so nice and petite, and then you guys walk in with your long ass paper, like looking through documents like turning the pages like this because of how fucking huge the paper is. No one does what? Looks at paper? Of course I don't use it. But it's not about that. It just seems weird, but that's not the criticism of it. My actual criticism of it is that it's longer and more unwieldy and causes inconvenience to people that don't have longer things. Because everything has to be longer, which means everything is bigger, which is more inconvenient than if things were smaller. I'm surprised Texas doesn't use A4. Yeah, I agree with you. No one flips pages that way? Not one single person? Are you telling me you know how every single person outside of the United States who uses A4 flips pages like that? Like, you know how they all flip pages. Is that my understanding? Not one single person flips pages like that. No, there still has to be a good balance between how much you can fit on the paper and its size. I just happen to think that the US has the best combination of size plus what's on there. I fully admit it is not the most efficient. 100% can agree with that A4 is more efficient, less paper waste. 100%. But it's not all about efficiency. If I wanted an efficient car instead of a cool car, I would have gotten like a what's a super fucking efficient car? Like a well, I would have gotten an electric car, right? You can get a lot more miles off of one thing of electricity than gas, right? But I didn't because I think most of those cars look like trash. So I got a gas-guzzling Honda Civic. Your Ford fucked us? I mean, some people be into it. Prius! Thanks, Tom. That's exactly what I was thinking of. If all it was efficiency, I'd have a Prius. But it's not. I try to get a good combination of the two, which is why I have a Honda Civic. Because in theory, Best Run, you're using, like, apparently the way it works with margins and stuff, A4 just has more on it than, per, like, its space than, like, American paper does, I guess. Yeah, see, Tom knows what I mean. All these people are just like, oh, you just think it's weird because you're American. I'm like, no, there's like a practical reason. It's too long. Big. Everything doesn't need to get big. He's not a lawyer, but he is a hearing officer. He's a lawyer in training, you could call him. I honestly don't know what A5 is. You know how many lawyers actually use legal? Not many. Like, it's not even easy to find that shit anymore. We are American, things are meant to be big. Touche. Touche. That kid looked real. Oh, Mike, I've missed you. Oh, man. Oh. Let's see, what type of paper? letter size. Wait, that's it, right? 8.5 by 11? What was the A4, which is... what? Big as a motherfucker? Sure. It's so tall. Oh, 14. Yeah, so... I honestly don't even know what's behind it being called legal. Because again, like, by the time I started practicing, no one... I don't know every lawyer in existence, so I can't claim to know that everyone did not use one. But I do know that it's difficult to find because it sells very poorly. I can tell you that. An A4.5. What, just make it bigger than A4? Good lord. Oh, it's A5 is smaller. I don't think I've ever seen A5. At least if I did, I didn't realize it was A5. But yeah, letter is what we use. Have you held the two pieces of paper next to each other? Because you might feel different, creature. I didn't think it was going to be an issue. I was just like, oh, I gotta get some A4 paper because I think somebody sent me some bigger paper just putting it next to each other. And I was like, wait a second. Oh. 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 Tom knows what I mean. Well, as Tom knows what I mean, I don't care what the rest of you. And Nick too, I guess. I don't know what Nick's opinion on it though. My car even has HD rumble. Like, wow, felt like I really ran a kid over. All right, guys, you've got me sidetracked with some really hilarious conversation, but I need to get back to the fucking game. Which means that somewhere in the countries of Abelas and Babao is the head. The one pulling the string behind the entire smuggling ring. Man, that rhymed. That's Francisca for you. She's amazing, pursuing this case with all she has. Should we go back and look at the other piece of paper then? Oh, I have to deduce. Okay, yeah. Mike is the hero we needed. Porsches are neat. Yeah, exactly. And if you stack them and like they get a little crunched and the entire thing's out of whack and oh god. What's the golden ratio? That sounds like a world where we all have to use A4, Mike. That makes sense. You're very consistent. Take a good look at these documents, Francisco. It says that there are 3 pages in total, and yet there are only 2 here. Oh. Damn it, that was Francisca. It says that there are 3 documents, but there are only 2 here. Correct. Now take a look at the smuggling activity document in your possession.
Tell me, is it not possible that your page was taken from this set of 3?
Well, it certainly looks that way.
By putting our multi-part puzzle together, we seem to have arrived at an answer. And it seems that you have now found what you were looking for.
Yes, and with this it has become crystal clear that Mr. Cochin himself was responsible for the mass smuggling of Babelese ink.
Babelese ink?
Babelese ink is a special product of the Republic of Bebao. However, that was weird. However, due to a special reason, only a limited volume is ever exported.
Dude, and that reason is? That's all you had to say. Why hold it? It's so unnecessary.
That's classified. It's on a need-to-know basis, and you don't need to know. In any case, it seems that the head of the smuggling ring was our victim, Mr. Manny Cochin.
His base was in an embassy, thus it was hard for both our country and his to interfere, making it the ideal conditions under which to run a smuggling operation.
But it's so frustrating. I lost the person I was to rain judgment down upon with my whip of justice.
Well, even if he is dead, we still have a responsibility to look into his misdeeds.
You expect me to whip a dead man? Well, I'm not interested.
Francisca, you must know that Manny Cochin was the suspect in the KG-8 incident.
Of course I know. On top of being the head of the smuggling ring, there is the matter of what really happened in that case that needs to be resolved.
I don't know who uses that, but I don't want to know who uses that. I use A69 paper, nice. That's the golden, see, that's what I thought was the golden rule. I don't know what the golden ratio is, though. Is this mathematical concept that shows up in nature of the ideal proportion. Well, so I guess technically they're both trash, right? Neither of them are the golden ratio. Oh God, Mike. Mike's problematic because whenever Mike comes in the chat, I just think to myself like, man, no way I ever deserve as many subs as that dude had, because he's like 300% funnier than I am. You're gonna use what, A4 out of spite? People will be angry, yes. Half an inch paper? Yeah, I don't know. Would A10 be, you said it was like this, right? Wouldn't that be like sticky notes? Or Post-its, is what we call sticky notes. It's taxing over his office. Or taking over his office. That's unfortunate for him. All right. God, this scene is just taking so long. Can we just be done with this already? Jesus.
We were able to finally obtain this proof of the smuggling operation through Interpol. So remember to take extra care when handling it, my subordinate.
enjoying the power trip of calling me a subordinate just a tad too much. I can't believe that Babbly's ink was being used in such an evil scheme. And if people were to find out, that would really tarnish the global image of Babao. Oh, this is really bad. Really, really bad. Oh, Babao's in a bind now. Is it just me, or do his words not match his facial expressions? Or his voice? Alright, we still need to do something to spring her, right? Hey, it's another butterfly. I believe it is the symbol of the Republic of Babao. Drawing this big on the wall of an embassy definitely conveys a sense of overwhelming patriotism. I've got a lot of patriotism too, sir. The reason I became a cop in the first place was because I wanted to protect our country. You may want to, detective. However, I have yet to see the fruits of your desire. You don't have to be so blunt about it, sir. Get wrecked. Alright, have a good one, Infernal. Take it easy. Mike doesn't even stream anymore, and he still has like 2 times the amount of subs that I have. He hasn't streamed in like 2 years. Oh no, more than 2 times. Largely impractical within the scope of engineering. Oh, that's interesting. I would agree with you, Guy. I think we've had enough Ocarina of Time releases. Japanifornia. They said America earlier, but... The design on the knife's handle. It greatly resembles the special babbly species of butterflies. It does, doesn't it? Plus, it says right here, this knife is property of the Republic of Babao. Perhaps this means that the knife used in the crime was found in this room? Yeah, no shit, it was found right here. I have to do something to find her innocence. No, nothing in here. I don't know. She's a trooper. Wait, you're having trouble deciding between the brands? It's A4, just fucking... I just bought the first batch that I found on Amazon. She says the same thing, both knives. It's not correct. That is quite the habit, I must say. That is quite the habit. Ah! Okay, I was trying to look at that earlier, but it only looked at the ceiling fan. Because this is a national treasure, can I ask that you please not touch it? I'm afraid the only ones allowed to touch it are myself and the Secretariat. Well, hold it. Now it's just you. Because there is no Secretariat. There is a possibility that it is related to the murder, wouldn't you agree? Hey, Mr. Edgeworth, why don't we give up for now? We can force them to let us investigate it later when we find some solid proof. I suppose I don't have a choice here. Must be one of the primitive statues Kane was talking about earlier. Is it just me, or does this man look like the Steel Samurai? They could be twins. The ceiling fan was stupid. Not only did it prevent you from looking at, like, a vital piece of getting through this investigation easier, it added nothing but a really stupid comment by Edgeworth.
I'm surprised you don't wear those like Birkenstock-esque sandals with those long gray socks. Also, you're not quite there yet. When you start wearing a t-shirt tucked in to your shorts, then you will be full-on dad mode. I still do not understand it to this day why people do that. It looks terrible. It looks absolutely terrible. Do not ever tuck a t-shirt in. You look like an idiot. That, and it accentuates your gut. Which, like, especially here in America, most people have guts. They don't look good. Stop tucking your shirt in. Like, you want to tuck in something with a collar? Sure, absolutely. No problem with that. No problem. Looks good. That t-shirt, though, you better keep that shit on top. How expensive are they? Yeah, I remember them being pretty reasonable. Well, you shouldn't feel personally attacked unless you tuck in your t-shirt. Because if you do, then yes, you should feel personally attacked, because I am personally attacking you. If it's a t-shirt, yes, it looks terrible. Yeah, I guess that's part of the issues. No, it still probably look bad even with your physique. Dad style is definitely the most, well, I wouldn't even say it's the most comfortable style. Why are you tucking your shirt? Tucking your shirting can be uncomfortable compared to untucked shirts. Their shirt and jackets in? Oh, God. Sure, if the t-shirt is just something you're wearing under a collared shirt, which I don't promote either, but if you are doing it, that is fine. If you have a collared shirt, the best thing to be wearing underneath it is a what's the technical? We call them beaters, but what's the real term for them? Because you don't want people seeing a t-shirt underneath your collars. If you have one button open, it looks bad. It looks really bad. Don't do that. Just undershirts? That would make sense, I suppose. I mean, collared shirts are okay. Like I said, if anybody tucks in a collared shirt, I have no issue with that. I don't do that personally with short-sleeved collared shirts most of the time. Like polos and stuff. But if you do it, unless I'm golfing, then I feel like you have to do it because I have to look like an asshole. Then I understand. But if you have a t-shirt, it should never be tucked in unless it is actually used as an undershirt. If it is the only thing you have on your torso, it should not be tucked in. Mike, fair. Yeah, I understand tucking in the undershirts. Because you don't want the undershirt to, like, be longer than the shirt that's on top of it, right? No, you do not, Tara. No, you do not. Well, sure. I've been in jobs that required me to tuck in my collared shirts that they had me wear. I never got into the habit of then going home and subsequently doing what I didn't like to do with something that shouldn't be tucked in anyways. I don't want to feel like I'm at work when I am at home. I think polo shirts can go either way, to be honest, and it not look too bad. I personally don't tuck them in normally.
Again, if I'm golfing, I will, because I need to look like an asshole. And you have to, in order to look like an asshole in golf, you have to wear a polo shirt with some funny looking pants, and everything has to be tucked because it has to be professional looking, professionally asshole-ish looking. But I mean, if you just have like normal pants, I think you can do it either, and it's fine. I personally don't do it, but it's not like t-shirts where I think it's objectively horrifying. Yes, you should tuck your collared shirt in for court. If you walk around in a suit with an untucked collared shirt, I don't know what you're doing with your life. The only time that shit happens is when you're shit-faced and you also have your tie around your head. Are you done investigating? You realize now, don't you, that this girl's the only one it could be? Now come along quietly, Yatagarasu K. Faraday. You are under arrest for the murder of Manny Cochin. Mr. Edgeworth! Mr. Edgeworth! Please, you have to believe me, I didn't do it! I chased the fake Yatagarasu in here, and he was already... You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. I'd like to help you reduce the number of mistaken arrests Interpol makes. What is that supposed to mean? The fuck do you think it means? Use your brain. I believe I told you that Kay Faraday is not the culprit of this crime. Very well. I suppose I have no choice. I'll show you just how foolish your claims are. Even your police confirmed that the Yatagarasu infiltrated the Babalese embassy tonight. Utilizing the confusion caused by the fire, the Yatagarasu snuck into this embassy. Furthermore, this girl claims to be the Yatagarasu. Shouldn't claim to be something or not. And most importantly, other than her, there was no one else in here with the body. Your reason for suspecting Kay is because you think she is the Yatagarasu? Exactly, but it isn't just me. She calls herself the Yatagarasu. Look, how many times do I have to tell you? I was only out to capture the fake Yatagarasu. Imposter or not, it matters not. The Yatagarasu is a Yatagarasu. Very well, then I shall prove that Kay is not the Yatagarasu who killed Mr. Manny Cochin. Go ahead and try. Show me what the prosecutors of this country are made of. You're wearing your shoes? Why? Oh God. That sounds hilarious, Tom. Edgeworth. Because if you don't wear your shoes, you might stub your toe on something while walking around. Airtight. Airtight. Can't fight that.
Hold it!
They may have confirmed it, but are you telling me that no one could catch the thief? If so, you're basically admitting that the Yatagarasu that committed murder eluded us. Of course, I chased after the Yatagarasu entered the Babalese embassy right away. That is also why I'm making this arrest right now. Because at the end of my long chase, there was only this girl. Oh. In any case, this is what I believe happened tonight. So Agent Shima suspects Kay of murder simply because Kay is the Yatagarasu. I can prove that the Yatagarasu's goal is not related to murder, and I may be able to begin to reason with her. Here.
Objection!
This piece of evidence shows. What? Well, I thought the music stopped. She's using American paper. No. We can't really contradict this. She's right, as far as we know.
Hold it!
Confusion caused by the fire? Oh. Raid?
Jesus fucking, are you kidding me?
That's what I was waiting for. Did somebody press the... Oh, Trep did. Hey, Rosy. How's it going? Can somebody drop... Actually, you guys might not know. Rosy's coming. Rosy. Wait, is it Rosy? Yeah, there we go. There we go. What's up, Rosy? How's it going? What were you playing on this fine evening? Or, I guess, day for you down in Aussie land? Cole and Bala, thank you for joining Rosy in on the raid. Much appreciated. It's supposed to be loud. Normally I hear it. I don't know why I didn't. I heard KY, but not the raid. That's weird. Hey, Dark Gamer. Thanks for coming in on the raid. On the 3DS. Nice. Very nice. Sounds fun. Oh, yeah. Everybody make sure to check out Rosy Girls' YouTube channel at that link I posted above. Show her a sub. A raid. Show her some love for throwing her. God, I can't talk tonight. Show her some love for throwing the raid our way. I'd greatly appreciate it. I said Cole. I said Cole and Bala. Thank you for joining in on the raid. Well, I'll probably better say the full name. Cole the Artist, 21, and Bala. Thank you for joining in on the raid. English do be hard. Raid credits. So some love for brother. Yep, just like that. Just like that, Mike. It's my own language. Well, Twain gives up and just mumbles language. His mouth just says, I'm done. I'm done. Yo, what's up, Paisano? Alright, so we're trying to break Rei Ayanami here. Trying to arrest Kay, and we don't want that to happen. Right, everyone? The confusion caused by the fire? Are you saying that the Yatagarasu was not the arsonist who started the fire? A suspicious person in a long coat was spotted in the area. Officers in the area claim to have seen that person start the fire. Sounds like we have a phantom in our midst. Yeah. In a way, he could be considered a phantom with the way he randomly appears. I saw that you asked me something. I haven't addressed it yet. Well, we had some huge tech issues earlier that I got around, but did not fix. We were able to get stream going, but we ended up having to do a workaround for now. A restream is being trash. So I had to put YouTube chat up instead of the normal chat. Just because she calls herself that, it doesn't prove that she was a killer. No, but it does give her a motive. Yatagarasu sent a card saying, "I will be there to steal your dirtiest secret." Furthermore, there are documents pertaining to some smuggling activity in this room. She obviously wanted to steal them. She killed Mr. Kochin for the key. I see. Your logic is very sound. I expect nothing less of Agent Long's secretary. However, that statement just now didn't sound right. Might just be the opening I need. Your logic is sound, but not exactly. Mr. Kochin. She had no idea. How would she have known that he had the key? Agent Sheena, I regret to inform you that there is a flaw in your logic. Oh? Even if you claim that she is the killer and the Yatagarasu, I am certain that securing the smuggling documents is not the motive behind the murder. The key to the safe in this room was found on Mr. Kochin's body. Furthermore, the Yatagarasu would not be so stupid as to leave without the documents. By the simple fact that the documents were still in the safe when we looked, it's obvious that the killer's target was not the safe at all. Wow, she is sweating.
bullets. Holy shit. All right, later, Tara. Your logic is sound, but it lacks volume. There you go. When your family asks you to smile for your... That's exactly how I look. I hate forced smiling so much. Trep, DM me real quick. I might be able to clear up if it is what I think it is. However, if it's not, I won't be able to help. But I might be able to help. Then perhaps she didn't know that Mr. Cochin had the key on it.
If that's the case, then why would she have needed to kill him? Because I can think of no reason for her to kill him if she had not known that fact. Need, reason. All of this is simply our conjecturing after the fact. It's entirely possible that she accidentally killed him when she was sneaking in. Perhaps she didn't notice the safe's secret second compartment before returning the key. But the fact still remains that Mr. Cochin was stabbed to death. You have no definitive proof that it was Kay who committed the act. Actually, I do. I saw her holding the knife she used on the victim with my own eyes. Why wouldn't you have said that long ago? That seems like a very vital piece of evidence. Allow me to tell you a bit more about the evidence that will put her away behind bars. You have to say put away behind bars? Can't you separate the, like, put her away, put her behind bars? They both mean the same thing. Just seems redundant. The knife wound on the body is consistent with the blade of the knife. The knife with the butterfly handle is the murder weapon, which the killer was holding.
Okay, God, seriously, I can't believe she was like, oh yes, by the way, I saw her with the... Why isn't that one of the first fucking things you said? That makes no sense. That makes absolutely no sense unless she made it up on the fly just to try to cover her tracks. Like, no reason to hold that back. Unless you're lying. Who forgets that? Or thinks it's unimportant? Nobody worth their salt. That'd be dumb. Oh. I don't have much Coke left. Not gonna be a very good drink. Oh. This is not gonna be a good drink at all. This is my sad face. This is my sad face. I need more Coke. Oh God, okay. I have like a fourth of a Coke Zero, 2 liter in the fridge, but that's been sitting there for about 2 weeks open, which means it is flat enough to push me to the ground, I believe. Have you ever had a soda so flat that gravity literally takes you down to the ground? It's not fantastic. I don't think I've ever used a 12, personally. But then again, I'm a sorcerer, so... it wouldn't have like a melee weapon to use a 12 for. Maybe KY's used it a couple times. Is the big hand-to-hand guy. Melee. Oh. Oh. You just know you're pouring a soda, and it's so flat. There are no bubbles. It's basically juice, syrup juice. Oh no. Oh no. This is no good. This is no good. Rock, paper, scissors. Yeah, I mean, like, well, technically alcohol without alcohol is an alcohol, but, like, I know what you mean, like, non-alcoholic beer, right? Who the fuck wants to drink non-alcoholic beer? Shit is, oh, it's worthless. I assume she obtained the knife from the display rack and used it on the victim. You assume? I assume you're an asshole. Are you gonna tell me that I'm right? The knife is a part of a special 3-piece set, which has a design like no other. The evidence and testimony, it all points to the girl. There's no counter-argument. I love conclusory statements, don't you? There is no counter-argument, as though there is no counter-argument. Even if I quit soda, I could never quit Sprite, just because when I'm sick, it's the nectar of life for me.
I mean, she's too young to legally. Thank you for the rip, Paisano. You like collecting dice? I wonder if you're a real gamer. What do you hold your dice in? What is your dice holder? There's only one correct answer if you're a true gamer. Every other... There is no counter argument. See how easy it is to just say that? Oh, okay. Because you said it must be true. That is what's called a conclusory statement. You're saying that without actually backing up what you are saying. That is your definitive evidence? You see now that she's definitely the killer, right?
No, Mr. Edgeworth, you gotta believe me. I saw a suspicious person in a long black coat outside the embassy, I swear. And you came in here because...
And you came in here because you were chasing this suspicious person?
That's right. I ran into this office only because I was chasing after that person. But when I entered the room, it was pitch black. I couldn't see a thing. I felt something on the ground next to my foot, so I turned on the lights, but then... Ah!
Who's there?
This is...
I came to this room upon hearing the girl scream. Ah, yes. And I'm sure the girl screamed in order to get your attention after she murdered somebody. Instead of not screaming and you perhaps not ever looking in this room and the body just burning. I think it's Trep, too, who's like, I can't handle any spice. I mean, it just rolls a dice. It just randomly rolls a dice. It doesn't cost anything. Like, I might say, like, all right, guys, I'm going to do this. Roll your dice, and then we'll see who gets the high. Like, we've done that for queues before. If somebody is both like, I want to do this, and I'm like, all right, well, we'll see who gets the last spot. You guys roll dice. I've done ginger ale too. I just don't like it as much as Sprite, but I will do it. I will drink it. I do the soda. What the fuck does that mean? Wine coolers. Wine coolers is a good, I don't know how old you are, but for me that was a really good starter drink because they don't taste bad. The problem is that they fill up your they make you get like full stomach and gut rot really fast compared to like other alcohols. You can't smell the alcohol in beverages. I guarantee you I will make you a drink that smells like alcohol. I mean, beer, not really, because beer just kind of smells like the yeast or whatever, right? It smells awful. Alcohol is fine as long as you do it in moderation. I have no judgment against people that drink or do not drink. That's entirely up to you, as long as you drink and don't put yourself or anyone else in danger. Hate carbonation. I mean, they're two different things. One's a taste. The other is just like what is carbonation? That's not really a texture, but it's a physical manifestation, right? So I think that's a little different. Water is overrated. The thing that keeps us alive is overrated. Ironically, a warm drink might help you sleep better. It activates the enzymes of the something or other. Amino acids and enzymes. Oh, I heard it on Star Trek. I have no idea if it's actually true. But that's the only place I've ever heard as to why, like, warm milk will make you sleepy. Cheer wine? I don't think I've ever had that.
The mouthwash burns because it's working. The toothpaste burns because it's working. It burns me, and I love spicy and carbonation. I think it just burns everybody. But yeah, the soda doesn't necessarily burn everybody. Yo, what's up, Dio? I mean, alcohol's bad for you like smoking cigarettes is bad for you. People do it, though. Cherry flavored soda? Oh, really? It's not... despite it having the word wine in the name, it's not alcoholic, though, right? I mean, that sounds delicious. TBH. Vitamin water is fantastic. Of course, I'm old enough to remember when vitamin water tasted like garbage, and then another company bought out 50 Cent, and then it tasted good. Unsurprising. I mean, there could be a mental aspect to it as well, but I know there's like an actual chemical reaction reasoning. I don't like seltzer. Well, I like flavored seltzer water. I don't like normal seltzer water that's just carbonated. Like LaCroix, you could tell me it's one flavor or the other. It all tastes the fucking same to me. Gross. It just tastes like you got salt, made it you took water, made it carbonated, put some salt in it. Ugh. Grape is not an alcohol because it's not just. That's not just how wine is made. It's all fermented. A chemical change has to be induced before it could be alcoholic. Oh, really? Is that kind of like the reason coffee's a laxative? I don't know what limited runs is. Yeah, like we get in Wisconsin strawberry wine, apple wine. Those are both very popular wines, and they're from fermenting the fruits. You don't have to just do it with grapes. Well, the thing that makes soda is the carbonation, right? I don't think soda inherently contains sugar, does it? Club soda is just basic carbonated liquid. It's not bad for you. It can't be bad for you. It's all it is water and carbonation. Carbonation itself is not unhealthy. It's just a way of drinking something. Going to the park. I don't like when I know that vinegar's in something, but I can deal with it if I don't know what's in there. All right, later, Maxim. No. See, not all sodas contain sugars. The popular kinds do, but what's the definition of sugar? About sugar? Soda. Let's see. Does it contain sugar? Carbonated water. Drunk alone or with liquor or wine. All soda is carbonated water. That has nothing to do with sugars. A soft drink is carbonated water generally with soda. A soft drink is a drink that usually contains water, a sweetener, and a natural and or artificial flavoring. That is what has sugar in it. Soda does not inherently mean sweet. that's weird because I can't bite into a lemon, but I can handle Sour Patch Kids. Well, I mean, it's not that they're wrong. It's that they should say soft drinks instead of soda. I mean, it's a very minute distinction given that everybody sees soda as Coke, Pepsi, or whatever. But saying soft drinks are bad for you would be more accurate. Oh, I see. That's interesting. I prefer Barks, but that's the only root beer I know that has caffeine. That's mostly why. It has more of a tangy taste to it, too. I like root beer in general, though. That's just the one I prefer the most. And when I saw her holding the knife, I immediately restrained her. The only object Kay felt by her feet on the floor was the murder weapon. I had the knife analyzed right away, but we failed to find anyone's prints on it. But the suspicious person in the black coat who came into this room before me... You continue to insist there was such a person, but if there was, where did they go? That, I don't know. But I know they came in here. That sounds like the desperate excuses of a suspect killer, not a trustworthy testimony. That's conjecture. You understand, don't you? We can't trust this girl's words, Mr. Edgeworth. She has a point. Even if King's words are the truth, I must show that they are with some solid evidence. Mr. Edgeworth, I really didn't. Okay, don't worry. If you didn't do it, then there must exist a way for me to prove that. Still not giving up, I see. In that case, try to counter my argument if you can. Don't worry, I can and I will. That is true. Barks is not one of the most popular root beers. It's not something that a lot of people like, but I do. But you're right. It is. That's why whenever I do find it somewhere, like actually on tap somewhere, I'm like, oh, well, this is what I'm getting. Barks is a Coke product. Now, the thing is that Coke has more, at least when it comes to stuff they put on tap, more products than Pepsi does. So when you take a standard tapper, where it's like soda, 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 ice, soda, 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 Barks is less likely to be in that top amount because all the other products for Coke are more popular. Whereas with Pepsi, hey, Jamit. 126 Twin, I just finished your Apollo Justice streams and I'm starting into Ace Attorney Investigations. Eat your veggies on this one, and Ace Investigations 2 will be all the sweeter. Nice. Alright, I'll get filled up with all the healthy stuff so then I can get into the dessert. Thanks for the $5, dude. Much appreciated. Of course you can, like, that's what I do. I mix rum and I mix Coke. Coke is a lot of sugar. They do not have caffeine. Because Mug is Pepsi and A&W is its own thing, right? That's why you generally will see a lot of A&W in like stores and stuff because they push it. That's like their main product. They have to push that. As opposed to Coke and Pepsi all push their base stuff before the rest of their stuff, right? So Mug or Barks can be hit or miss in terms of actually finding them. Although I think Mug is more popular than... I think more people like that root beer does not have caffeine. Also, unless you're drinking vodka, your dark, well, okay. Let me put it this way. Many of those drinks that you have a lot of sugar in them before you add anything anyways. You know how much rum is made from cane sugar? Like, the only reason it's bad to add it is because you're just compounding one problem with another. You're taking something that's already sugary and adding more sugar onto it. So if you add too much sugar, sure, you could get gut rot faster. But it's not like you're not drinking sugar already. You're drinking a lot of it. That's the big reason why alcohol is very fattening. Oh, like sugar cubes? I mean, I wouldn't do it, but I don't see why you couldn't. Michael Scott famously mixed Splenda with his scotch. Health. Healthy. That's exactly why they call it a beer belly, because alcohol is fattening. Goes right to the parts of your body that's just like, here, this is where we'll hold your fat. And for a lot of people, it's the belly. It's natural to feel like you're not sure whether you'd be one extreme or the other. I tend to be very bubbly, which I feel very fortunate about because I know some people that are very sad or like very angry, and I'm like, man, that sucks. It would suck to have to worry about what I did every time I got drunk. Instead, I get drunk and all I hear are good things after the fact. I'm sorry, is that boasting? You could boast about worse things and, hey, I'm a good drunk. Yeah, and I don't think there's nothing dangerous with trying alcohol unless you're like allergic to it. A little alcohol isn't going to do much. Just try a little bit of it very slowly and see how you feel. As long as you can do it in moderation, I don't see any problem with it. And if you don't want to ever do it, then don't ever do it. It's healthier to not ever do it, but it can also be very fun to do it, as long as you're doing it in a responsible manner. I was like that too, Ventus, until I actually drank it. Well, the first alcohol I ever drank is I snuck some of my grandpa's Pabst. Or did he give me some? I keep forgetting whether he let me taste a bit of it or I snuck some, but it was a Pabst Blue Ribbon when I was like 6, and it was disgusting. For the longest time, I'm like, man, alcohol sucks. This shit's gross. I've had it before. It's terrible. And then we went out once when we were like 16, and I'm like, you know what? I want to try it. So I tried some. And actually got a little buzzed, and I was like, this is really fun, even though it tastes like shit. The feeling getting buzzed is actually really fun. That's buzz, though. I didn't actually get drunk until I was 20, I'd say. 19 or 20. Before then, it was only just a little bit. Well, yeah. I mean, it's true, Dio, because, like, isn't one of the big reasons they had a lot of alcohols because their water was basically terrible? And so, like, they drank alcohol because, like, the alcohol would kill a lot of the bacteria that would be in their normal drinking water? Oh, well, to be fair, if you take a shot, it's gonna burn. It burns. Shots burn everybody. That's why when you see somebody take a shot and they're like, "Oh, that was smooth." What they're really saying is that didn't burn as much as the prior drink that I had. When they say it's smooth, they don't mean it goes down like water. They're saying it's not as bad as another one that I have had.
I mean, maybe. Well, yeah, they had wells. That doesn't mean their water wasn't polluted. I mean, it makes it less likely that it was polluted, but they still didn't have nearly the same purification system we did. I mean, to me, if I lived in the Middle Ages, I would have drank a lot because it seemed like life kind of sucked ass. Not because of the water thing. Ventus EXT has crashed. Fair? It's kind of a conundrum, isn't it? Sugar is food from bacteria, and then alcohol kills that bacteria. It is interesting how that works. Chemical reactions are fun. Just don't ask me to balance the equations, because then Twain.exe will crash. I agree with you, dog. Like, I can 100% buy that it was a myth, and people were just fucking depressed. The knife wound on the body is consistent with the blade of the knife. The knife with the butterfly handle is the murder weapon which the killer was holding. I assume she obtained the knife from the display rack and used it on the victim. The knife is part of a special 3-piece set which has a design like no other. The evidence and testimony, it all points to the girl. There is no counter. Wait, are we going through this again? I mean, that would make sense because they have less, what's the word I'm thinking of? The water system. It's less developed. Not irrigation. What am I thinking of? What's the word I'm thinking of? But yeah, that makes sense. They just had less infrastructure. You know, that's really interesting. Because I do think drunkenness can be blamed for an increase in impulsive behaviors. I think that's pretty close to being fact. But a lot of those men do that because they're awful people. So maybe those men should just stop being awful people. That's why I'd be feminist. Like, fucking... You guys are awful. Yep. People that do that are awful people. Agreed. But wouldn't that have made it less desirable, Devin? Back then, at least, right? Because I would agree, even bars these days, you want to get mixed in with everyone. You want a more diverse setting, go to a bar. Everybody likes drinking. Yeah, that wouldn't surprise me, Inferno. So they were like the rest of the race at the time. Well, not the rest of, but generally speaking. I mean, that's not surprising. Yeah, some things the media say is true, some things aren't. To pretend that either one way or the other is completely true is folly. There are some parts of masculinity that are absolutely toxic and stupid. And there are some parts that, like, they don't really, there's nothing really negative about it. History of crime in America. I'll give you the Cliff Notes of that version. It increases in proportion to poverty. No real revelation there. Opening the door for anyone is the right thing to do. Doesn't have to be a lady. I hold the door open for friends, family, doesn't matter who you are, because it's polite. I don't hold the door open for my wife and then close the door on my brother-in-law. That's fucking stupid. Like, things you do for women, you can do for guys, too. There's nothing wrong with it. It's just polite. I mean, I'd say most people know about it. I don't know about it in intimate detail, though. I mean, that's gotta be annoying. Like, you try to do something nice and you get shit on for it. That, I could see that getting really frustrating. I have literally never had that happen to me in my life. I guess I've managed to avoid that level of douchebag, or maybe it's just because I'm always bigger than everybody and they wouldn't dare say anything to me. How dare you open the door for me? The fuck you holding the door for me for? Are you a fucking queer? No, nobody's ever said anything like that to me. Either because A, I haven't met anybody stupid enough to think that way, or B, again, I'm not a small person, so people generally will not have the same disposition of saying something to me that they might say to somebody who's a little shorter. To allow other doors to pass through. Exactly. That's why the war on drugs is stupid. The war on poverty. Alright, later, Nemo. Disagree, Easy. There was already divide in the world. And to think otherwise, I think, is one who's had his head in the sand for a very long time. It's just shifted focus because people have gotten smarter. And more voices are being heard. That's actually the biggest thing. Social media. These voices always existed. They're just heard more. And they get more of a presence. It just let her... I don't know. I tend to find that the people that complain about toxic masculinity the most, in terms of like, well, they get mad when blah blah blah, are the people that tend to be masculine in the toxic way. As are most people that complain about shit like that. Media condemns all of us for being racist, and then they go and say something racist, and I'm like, yeah, I wonder why. It's exaggerated, and it's only focused on by people that feel insecure about it. Is there some legitimate argument to it? Yeah, sure. But in terms of the people that are generally the loudest about it. All those types of generalizations, one way or the other, are ridiculous to me. The media. There's a lot more of the media than just one entity. People have different takes. There is such a thing as toxic masculinity. There's also some masculinity that, like, who cares? There's nothing inherently negative about it. Gender roles can be fine if the people want to do that. A woman should not be shamed if they want to be a housewife. If they want to do that, then they want to do that. Similarly, if a guy wants to be a house husband, who fucking cares? That's what they want to do. Shaming anybody for what they want to do with their life as long as it's not hurting somebody else is fucking stupid. But toxic masculinity does hurt people, and it's oppressive. That's the problem with it. That's why it's toxic. You see the exact opposite of what? Ah! I don't think I knew that detail. That's funny. Oh, I absolutely think historical monuments that promote anything related to traitors should be taken down. Shouldn't glorify traitors to the nation. That's specifically the Confederates. You're traitors and you lost the war. Why the fuck should I be glorifying you? Have a good one, best around. See, now I feel like there's a problem with both people in that circumstance. For one, not all dudes that talk to girls are trying to get in their pants. So it's just, I have a boyfriend. Okay. I have a wife. Why are we suddenly bringing this up? But then because she says it, you push her on closed door in her face? That's fucked up too. What a reaction. Yeah, exactly. That creature, that is applicable to anything where people say, not all blank. Well, yeah, no shit. But the people that are doing it are a problem. how I enjoy some drawn out parts. Spoiler alert, I probably won't. But do you have such evidence, sir? Yes, there is one piece of evidence that seems very unnatural to me, and I believe it is my duty to point that out to Agent Sheena. I thought I went through this already. Why was it a whole nother thing? Maybe not. Maybe that's just because we talked that long about other shit. That's a lot of blood. I don't know. I don't see it either. It might not have sent for some reason. Oh, I'm not. Now I'm on live chat. Didn't add anything though. That's a good call. I forgot that that was a thing that had to be done because normally restream's just on top or live chat. Yes, unlike guns. Alright, so I have to. Something about the knife. Had a design like no other. Why were there no handles on these knives, though? Would she take the knife off and put the handle on it? Or did she use that knife and then took the handles off the other knives? I don't... That seems weird. Correct. You do not. You do need to not be. That's something you'll get used to, though. Yeah. See, Easy's comment is ridiculous. If modern women, we're just talking about how stupid generalizations are, and then you go and make one like that. Saying modern women, that's dumb. That's really dumb. You're grouping a lot of people together, and that's never a good thing. Never a strong argument. The people that feel that way are a small percentage. They are a minority. Never forget that. All right, later, Sarah.
Oh, right. They're wooden. They got burned. No, it's not YouTube's fault. It's my fucking router. Trash, Netgear, garbage. They fell or rolled out of bed? That sounds kind of painful. Okay, so the other two handles burned off. Designed like no other. Something about that not seem correct. I assume she obtained the knife from the display rack and used it on the victim. Also, how would she have been by the knife? She walked into the door. That knife was super far away from her. Seems weird. I don't know. A lot of things are weird about this setup that I think the game thinks we're supposed to just assume is what happened, but it doesn't make any fucking sense. Well, she was holding the knife. Was she holding the knife? No, not really. But she was right next to the knife. No, she wasn't. Not based on that flashback we just saw. She was nowhere near the damn knife when she yelled and you came and found her. Oops. Don't want Microsoft Store. Go away. About the three-piece set, is there really no other like it? Let's ask Ambassador Plano for more details, shall we? Knives are indeed special. They have the butterfly, the symbol of the Republic of Babal, engraved on them. Because there are only 3 of them in the world, they are very, very valuable. National symbol. Oh, the knives are covered in the butterfly design. Along with the Alabastion set, our respective countries only have 3. Oh, with the Alabastion set, our countries only have 3 each. I see. You satisfied now? If so, let's continue. Hold on. What's on the... Can't see what symbol it is. Is that the same symbol? Managed to miss the handle. No, I believe there is still room for debate, and I'll thank you to not decide that for me. Yeah, that's what you say to conclusory statements. I don't decide anything for you. I'm merely looking at reality the way it is. No, you're making awful conclusory statements that are just shallow nonsense. Are you sure you're not viewing the facts through rose-colored glasses? They're more like blood-colored glasses. Edgeworth, I think she's mad at you. Perhaps, but our definitions of reality are a tad different. Are the two of you done chatting? I'm missing something very prominent.
Hold it!
A sound hypothesis. There's no room for debate. Oh my god, my head hurts from this sentence.
Hold it!
You mean to say that you saw Kay holding the murder weapon with your own eyes? I was also on the search for the Yatagarasu. When I heard that girl's scream come from this room, I rushed over straight away. When I arrived, I saw that girl standing there motionless with a knife in her hands. But I already told you, I only came in here because I was also after the Yatagarasu. The suspicious person I saw came into this room. But when I entered, it was pitch dark. Yeah. Felt something by my foot, so I turned the lights on and then found out that it was the murder weapon at your feet. How many times do I have to tell you, you can't trust the words of a suspect? The only thing you'll accept as evidence is you'll accept the way to counter an agent of Interpol. Carefully examine. Oh, you know what I don't think I looked at? Isn't there a latch or something on here? Where was it? Yeah, there we go. There's a lot of detailed skill. There's a lot of skill detailing on this handle. It would appear that the handle on this knife is removable. I guess so people can change them whenever they feel like it. Sounds like fun, sir. I don't think people would remove the handle just for fun, detective. Okay, that wasn't useful. Where's the latch? I don't think there is anything else to look at here. This is just the yeah. I don't think there's anything here to look closer at. Is it because it had no handle when it was on the display rack? Oh. It still doesn't make sense. like, oh no, because they were burned. Ugh! Keep forgetting that. They were burned. That one was not. Although, why would that one have not been burned and the others were? Because if they burned off, they would have burned off between the time she grabbed the knife, killed him, and then the fire burned the rest of them. Gotta be the knife, right? Just don't know where it's supposed to be used. Otherwise, I don't get... Like, is it this? I don't know what the butterfly... With this would have to do with anything. The key doesn't have any blood on it. Like, this knife was obviously taken well before the fire burned the other handles. Otherwise, it should also not have a handle. Alright, later, dog. I'm missing something very obvious, and I don't know what it is. You know what? I'm just gonna fucking... So I have a feeling it's not the damn knife, because I don't know where else you would use this that it doesn't work. Every once in a while, I just get into one that just throws me for a loop. So the murder weapon was the knife with the butterfly design on it. But is that really the truth? What are you getting at? I'd like for you to take a look at this. Oh, so I was right. I see. It's the design is not, it's one of the other places' knives, right? The other embassies. No. Wait. Okay, where's he going with this? I thought I knew, maybe I don't. There is blood on the blade, and yet there's not a speck of blood on the handle. This signifies that at the time of the crime, a different handle was attached to this blade. Yes. Is the design on the blade the same as the others? Because those are individually done too, right? Specifically, like between the two sets of three? The knife that Kay was holding had its handle switched and was in fact not the real murder weapon. Wasn't the real murder weapon? This knife can be taken apart. Shall we give it a go? Oh, okay. So this was the same. All right, I misunderstood that. So this is the same, right? But this is different. Or is it? Actually, I can't tell. Let's just let him go. I'll just stop talking. My own voice. As you can see, the Babalese knife has now been disassembled into two parts. The killer must have pulled the murder weapon out of the victim's body and proceeded to swap the knife's original handle with this butterfly one. It was all to create the illusion that Mr. Cochin was killed with the butterfly-themed knife. Ugh. Ah! This should clear up any and all suspicions surrounding Kay. The argument isn't airtight yet. How so? It's possible that the girl herself is the one who switched the handles. Don't be ridiculous. For what purpose would you do such a thing? I don't care to know how a criminal thinks. That's why motive matters. The way they view the world is beyond the comprehension of a normal person like myself. Okay, so it's just fuck motive, right? Therefore, I wouldn't put anything past them, no matter how odd it may seem. Huh. The truth is right there in front of you, and this knife will show you the way. You will continue to see that Kay is not and could not have been Mr. Kochin's killer. What is this mark on here? It's the mark of a flower. Right, so one, yes. I assume you know what this means, so I was right. I just misunderstood where the mark was. No, not really. Butterflies rest on flowers all the time to drink their sweet nectar. And so they do. However, will this butterfly really drink the nectar of this flower? The answer is clearly not a chance. Now to prove the relationship between the butterfly and the flower with this. The fucking what? This? Oh, because that was 7 years ago, so I was thinking that symbol might be what proves it. Is it the pamphlet? Just show the pamphlet because they're divided? I guess that makes sense. You can't be serious. It appears that you've made the connection. The flower on this blade is designed after a certain country's national symbol. That's right, the Kingdom of Alabast. In other words, this blade is from one of Alabast's ornamental knives. Ah! This part of the knife handle has Babal's national symbol on the butterfly of the butterfly on it. Therefore, it is undeniably Babalese in origin. But as we both know, you can't kill someone with just a knife handle. Incidentally, when exactly did the murder occur again, Agent Shinha? After the fire had broken out. That's right. Kay entered the Babalese embassy after the fire had taken place. Furthermore, she had not been to the Abalastian side of the building before then. On top of that, not a single person passed between the two countries during the fire. Which means that Kay could not have transported an Alabastian object over here. This makes it impossible for her to be the true killer. Stop headbanging. You'll hurt yourself. Whoop! There it is! Way to go, Mr. Edgeworth, sir. What a great victory! Huh? Hey, why is everyone so quiet? I'm happy we got this far and cleared Kay's name. But what worries me now is what will happen next. What is the meaning of this? An Alabastian knife here? Do you mean, how did this find its way to the Republic of Babal? It didn't just find its way over. Rather, we should focus on how it was smuggled over. You know what? My brain hurts thinking about it while we're just standing around. Thinking while you're on the run? Now that's the way a great thief operates. Okay? Oh, thanks a bunch, Mr. Edgeworth, for proving me innocent, I mean. You believed in me the whole time, right? Tell me you did. Not really, but... Haha, come on, you don't have to be so shy about it. Your argument is still not airtight. I want your argument to suffocate me. Would you care to elaborate? I understand now that the girl didn't commit the murder. However, there is still the possibility that she is the Yagatarasu. That again? Look, how many times do I have to explain it to you? I am the real Yagatarasu. I'm not like that fake one that goes around setting fires, okay? Whether you're the real deal or fake, it doesn't really matter. All I have to say is this. I have my suspicions that this girl is the one who started the fire. Preposterous! On what grounds do you suspect her of such a thing? The fact that she calls herself the Yatagarasu, that in itself is a most elegant proof. I'm the President of the United States! Is that elegant proof? stupid ass art. She is terrible. She is god awful at arguing. Yeah, she could have flew over as the Yagatarasu Raven. Why else would she use that symbol? The fact that she uses that symbol alone is elegant proof in and of itself that she can become a raven. You're right, I do, and I'm sure there will be worse. She could be Godot. Bang, 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 bang. That is what we call a circular argument, as Mike just very clearly demonstrated. The reasoning for my premise is the premise. Yeah, it's true. It's true, Lugia. You are the leader of Equestria. Just elegant proof. Elegant proof. Fantastic. Airtight. I think she is inferring that because she says she is the Yatagarasu, that she must be responsible for everything that the Yatagarasu is allegedly accused of doing. Well, they're especially wishy-washy when they're not actual confessions like this. Miss Sheena, you are a fucking idiot. And I have no intention of taking back any of what I've said. I am the great thief Yatagarasu. Shut your mouth. Shut your mouth. Just zippity lips. Zippity doo-dah. Zippity. You got that key, right? Close your mouth. Lock it. Throw away the key. Yeah, exactly. I didn't do it. Why? Because I didn't do it. Absolved. Airtight. Airtight. I am the great thief Yatagarasu, and I refuse to allow some imposter to claim my name as their own. The path of justice that my father pointed me towards, I will walk it the best I can. It's not good to be so stubborn. I hope you can understand that. Thanks a lot for the concern, Miss Sheena. Let me share something with you, too, as a token of my appreciation. Those sunglasses totally do nothing for you, so I'll steal them from you next time, okay? What? I agree, she looks better without the sunglasses. Well, I guess we better get going. Going to where? To the Kingdom of Alabas. If we don't go, we won't know for sure, right? I suppose not. We won't get anywhere simply by standing here thinking. I don't know. Have you seen Phoenix's time travel machine? I assume Apollo was just sitting there thinking that the entire time. Or Phoenix, one of the two. See where the Alabashan knife came from. We'll have to pay the Alabashan embassy a visit. Let's go, Miles Edgeworth. As you are my subordinate, I will not tolerate you bringing the investigation to a halt. Understood. I just wanted my lawyer here to say to hear me say that I'm still charging you for the travel time and that 0.1 that I had to come into this room and hear you say that. If they're all going to be like this, Trep, yes. We've had enough distraction today for like an entire case. So let's just go. Chat's chilled. Let's just fucking... Count off. 1, 1, 1, 1. What? Why don't you just get... Oh, okay. Shifu, 99 callouts, so all 99 members are most likely here and accounted for, sir. That's my attempt at a Tommy Lee Jones. MIB, right? Right? Tommy Lee Jones? Agent J? K? Which one is he? I don't remember. Yeah, that was 8. 8. 99, sir.
Hey you, yeah you, the second number 1 from my right.
Sir, yes, sir?
Here, a birthday present for you.
What? Shifu, I didn't know that you knew all of our birthdays. What a kind heart you have, Shifu. You are more of a man than we'll ever be, sir. I'm really sorry, but it's not my birthday.
Long Shi says a cub who disrespects others soon feels the disciplinary bite of an elder.
Hey, how do you pronounce Z? Long Z? What's the Z sound again? I keep forgetting what the Z sound is.
That present isn't for you, it's for your younger brother's wife's younger brother. Tell him I said hi and happy birthday, won't you?
Yes, sir. Shifu, I can't believe you remember. I can't remember you remember that much about each of us. What, Mike's comment about the lawyer walking out? Yeah, I mentioned it. I don't know why it's not showing up on the live thing. I have live chat on. No, I'm not using filtered chat. Not anymore, at least. Live chat. All messages are visible. That is weird. Shifu, oh, yeah. I'm so moved that I can't stop crying. What? Fuck? I don't care about that. I should probably leave them to their alone time.
Alright, meeting's over. Everyone head to your head to your posts, from your posts, to your posts. Dismissed!
Sir. Blue? Saying you blew your money is toxic and offensive to some people, to spendthrifts, like, individually.
Yo, were you guys there the whole time? I got a call from Sheena, and she's already filed me and filled me in. I really need a nail file. Sorry, it's on my mind. It's been on my mind all day. Sounds like you're out to get in my way again.
I have absolutely no intention of interrupting your investigation. I simply request that you grant me permission to investigate the Alabastian Embassy.
Then what if I say no?
Agent Long, this man is my subordinate. As I have received permission from the ambassador, he is to be extended the same rights.
Sorry, sis, but it's not that simple. Alabast has the strictest immigration regulations in the world, or don't you know, or didn't you know?
I somehow doubt that.
Even among my elite men, only about half of them were admitted into the country. Besides, any more cooks in the kitchen, and we might spoil the soup, if you get what I mean.
That's a stupid way to put it. How dare you make such assumptions?
Don't take this the wrong way, but I thought I was in charge of Alabast, Miss Von Carmel. Look, try to understand, okay? Things over in Alabasta are a bit of a mess right now.
What do you mean by a bit of a mess?
No one told you? We had an incident in Alabasta as well. This is what we call a decision based on the investigation, Mr. Prosecutor.
Look, Wolfie, just let us in already.
Is there a problem here, Agent Lang? Oh, I don't get there. No, I can do it myself, don't worry. Not really, just having a discussion about whether or not to let these guys in.
Ambassador Alba, I ask that you please allow these people to join the investigation.
That is not the Alba I was promised. That is not the Alba I was promised. If I thought about Jessica Alba and tried to think of literally what the opposite of Jessica Alba would be, it would be this man. Oh, it's literally the name for the white oak. Oh, that's cool. That's neat. I mean, it definitely looks like a tree. For who? For him?
Having a debate because of my country.
He's really old. He's like decrepit.
I'm terribly sorry for placing you good people in that kind of situation. It is all because I lack the strength to govern well.
Oh, now I feel bad for him. Shouldn't make fun of him. He's just a nice old man. S. I feel like so behind that. Please, it is nothing of the sort, Ambassador.
You weakling carcass! Curse your frailty and inability to effect change in your country!
What are you?
The thing is, investigations conducted in my country have been under Agent Long. It is my judgment that in order to minimize disruption in the investigation, I should leave everything up to Agent Long. There, you see?
Oh, no way! Oh, we about to fight here?
Ambassador Alba, I ask you to please reconsider letting them into Alabasta. What's that? Who's talking to me? I can't see anybody. Wait, is that Polano? Fucking Polano. I do not want to talk to you right now. My day's already been shit enough. Oh, God. If I have to hear any more of your insufferable tourism bullshit.
My very own secretary has been murdered in the Babylonis embassy. And he was apparently caught up in some very shady dealings, completely unbeknownst to me.
Yeah, sure. So I ask for your cooperation in our investigation.
These aren't much, but I hope they can cover your travel expenses to Bama.
Well, someday, why would the fuck would I ever go to that country? We split for a reason, damn it.
All right, I get it. He's probably giving it to Long, right? Not the fucking other ambassador.
Even if you beg Jessica, even if you beg Ambassador Alba, I still have to give the final okay anyway.
All right, you hear that, Mr. Edgeworth? We're in.
Not so fast, my little cowgirl. You're still a witness in the Babal murder, so I'd like you to please stay in the Republic of Babal.
Detective Gumshoe, please take good care of Kay for me. Yes, sir.
Sounds good to me. The fewer troublemakers, the better.
Ha!
Oh, God, okay, I gotta walk. So many stairs I gotta walk up.
But, sir, you can use the other. Hi, Dan, if I ever get into one of those confounded electric death box traps things. Sir, I think it's time for you to go to bed. Probably time for me to go to bed soon. Even though it was crow, I think it made more sense to say cow with that accent, since that's some shit a cowboy would say. Although crow makes more sense because that's her thing, right? That's the bird. I get it. It makes more sense. But what would he say?
as a cowboy version of Lon. Yeah, probably. I mean, making fun of people of different ethnicities, not being ableist with regards to their ability to see or have sex. Yeah, their policies are, their execution of their policies is laughable. Hey, Mr. Edgeworth.
Yes?
So I wanted to ask you for a while now, but that lady over there, is she who I think she is?
Oh, that's right. Didn't introduce the two of you yet?
Franziska von Karma, the prosecutorial prodigy. It's nice to see you again. Oh, I knew it! You're the whip lady! You may address me as Miss von Karma. Miss von Karma, I leave the investigation of Alabas in your hands. Thanks. Rest assured, I will outsmart both the smuggling ring and the Yatagarasu.
A smuggling ring, huh? Perhaps I should ask Franziska a bit more about them before I head into Alabast. And I mustn't forget to thank Ambassador Paleno for all that he has done for me. You've made so much progress in your investigation in such a short period of time. It's truly amazing.
Agent Hicks, whose help I had requested, was cut down before he completed his task.
Yes, I remember. I was there.
There is no room for further failure in my perfect investigation.
In spite of that, I believe you were able to obtain some insight into the ring, correct?
It was nothing. I simply made some deductions based on the smuggled item I was following.
You mean the Babalese ink? But why are these restrictions on the export of Babalese ink to begin with?
That's classified Interpol in...
Franziska, as your subordinate, I'm a part of your investigation now. Don't you think it would be beneficial if I was as well informed as you?
Point taken. Very well. I'll fill you in. Recently, we discovered some very well-made counterfeit bills circulating in Changfa.
Counterfeit bills?
Yes, as you may have deduced, the counterfeits are being made with Babal's special Babalese ink, and it's virtually impossible to distinguish bills made with Babalese ink from real ones. Thus, it was only natural for Interpol to keep an eye on the Republic of Babel.
Yes, Mike. Yes, you do.
Magic the Gathering Tournament champion. Which is funny because there was a really weird controversy years ago about like the guy who, well, I'm not sure if he still is, but last time when I was done playing, he's considered the greatest player of all time. He was also an investment banker. He was fucking loaded. And he had met somebody on a dating site and they went out. And he, that's a part of his hobby. So he told her about it. And she was like, well, he's so fucking lame. Like, he probably not even investment man. Who does he think he probably's nobody. And everybody's like laughing at her afterwards. Like, dude's fucking loaded, you dumb person. Stop judging him because he plays a card game and embrace everything else he has to offer. And it just she ended up looking like a fool because of like how much more known he was than she was. An eyeball cripple playthrough? Oh my god. That is worse.
That's where this document comes into play, correct?
Correct. Mr. Cochin was smuggling large amounts of Babalese ink. Furthermore, he was charged with running the embassy's printing equipment. That's all the evidence I need to know that he was the head of the smuggling ring.
Well, I mean,
I think it's strong evidence to point that he was a part of the struggling ring. I mean, it doesn't sound like they were struggling much to me. They had Interpol after him. But the head, does it really suggest that he was the head? An integral part, but the head? However, there remains one tiny problem.
Let me guess, you still have yet to find the counterfeit bills or the smuggling ink.
Yes, and while we're listing things, I might as well add the counterfeit plates to the pile. If we haven't been able to locate any of these items in the Babylese embassy, we're looking into the Alabastian embassy next. It doesn't matter where they're hidden, mark my words, I will find them.
Alright, I have to thank you, I guess, because you did come through in the clutch. Ambassador Paleno, I am in your debt. No, it's nothing. Just promise to come to my country and spend lots and lots and lots of money. Because it's all about I can do for you, I'm afraid. I only ask that you please bring Manny's killer to justice. I will, Ambassador, on my honor. Wow, you're so sensational. You've really piqued my curiosity. I know these aren't much, but I'm giving them to you wholeheartedly. God. No, that's quite alright. Oh, well. How about this, then? What? Why would you give... And what exactly is it? I know what it is. It's the ink. It's fountain pen ink. Known as Babylese ink, it is made exclusively in Babel. This is Babylese ink. We made it from wheat crystal. Wheat crystal oil? Is that supposed to be white crystal oil? Wheat crystal oil, which is mined through our mineral mines. Please accept this ink, one drip of your fountain pen in this, and you can write for hours in your organizer. How fortunate for me, the ink in my pen just happened to have run out. I gladly accept your gracious gift. Dude, this is worth like 100 times more than that fucking coupon. Just this little bottle of ink. How do you go from, oh, you don't like my cheap gift? Well, here's an extravagant gift instead. Great, wonderful. I guarantee to you that writing with our ink is an unforgettable experience. And since we don't export it, if you run out, you're always welcome to come back and visit our fair nation. Talk about cornering the customer along with the market. Yeah, you've reeled me in. Well, shall we get going? Bruh, weren't you two supposed to be gone? What's wrong, Kay?
I didn't get permission to enter Alabast. We're going to go gather whatever info we can over on the Babylese side, okay?
Alright, I'm counting on you two.
Right, and I'm counting on you and Miss Von Karma to sniff out clues in Alabast. Oh, and Mr. Edgeworth, if you happen to come across my phony, you let me know, okay?
Yeah, just yell over for you. You can come right over.
You tell me, I'll rush on over straight away no matter where you are.
I was joking. You can't actually do that. I'll let you know when the time comes.
Yes, those alternatives would, in theory, convey it as well. The problem is that when you're marketing, because titling something is part of marketing and tagging, you want something that isn't so clumsy. Unknowing playthrough, uninformed playthrough, blank playthrough. Actually, I think blank isn't super straightforward there. Oblivious playthrough. It's just they sound so much clumsier than blind playthrough. Now, I understand that's not actually taking into consideration blind people. I'm just saying that there is a very good reason from that perspective as to why it's been blind from the beginning and not unknowing. First playthrough is yeah, I would say that's probably the second best option. Cars with spoilers? I think if you have a tuner, you should have a spoiler. Otherwise, it doesn't look good.
Well, depends on the spoiler. Let's put something nice and elegant on it. Don't put those things that like raise up like 10 feet. I mean, from the people that I've seen speak out about it, no. They don't seem to be offended by it. But that's anecdotal. That's only like the people that I've heard. That's which, you know, that might not be representative of the entire population. So I can't assume that. Just that's what I've seen so far. Or they do it blindfolded. Or is that one word? Is that one word or is it hyphenated? It's kind of like when YouTube temporarily wouldn't let you say chicken. Because what? Supposed to be racist to me as a black person? I will let you know what's racist to me as a black person. Don't make assumptions for me. Well, okay. There's a difference between blind and virgin. Virgin was used in a derogatory way. How do I know this? Because I've used it in a derogatory way. Doesn't make it right, but I can understand why that one gets a little more harsh of a treatment there. Because what do we say? What do we say in Call of Duty? They go into the V buildings, standing for virgin, meaning that only people who will never or have never been laid in their life would go play this game and go sit on top of a building for the entirety of the game. Because that shit is boring and lame and scared, thus comparing them to a virgin. Now that's wrong. It is wrong. Because not all virgins are virgins for that reason. Some people, they're waiting until marriage, and there's nothing wrong with that. Some people are asexual and simply derive no pleasure from the idea of sex. Because they're a virgin, that's fine. You know, that's their choice. It's more of the incels that are the target. They really want to have sex, but they can't. They don't. Why? Maybe you shouldn't just go sit in buildings all day. Well, right. I mean, the term blind, blindsided, blindfolded, it's that you can't see something. You had not seen something. You are going into it without prior knowledge as to what you are seeing. Is that not? That's how an asexual person described it to me. Unless they're not actually asexual. Suede Blade. Doing the Suede on YouTube. He was on that guy with glasses years ago. He's asexual and he's talked about it on Twitter. That's another example I can think of where I'm pretty sure that's how he explained it. I was like, oh, okay, well, that's what I've heard, so that makes sense.
Right. I mean, that's what he says. Like, we can have sex, but we don't really desire sex. It's like he's married. There's obviously some, it's just the attraction isn't derived from any type of sexual attraction, I guess. No, I'm pretty sure it has something to do with deriving pleasure, because being part of being asexual is that you don't, like, sex isn't something that you care for. Aromantic? I don't think I've ever even heard that term before. Makes sense, though, I guess. Now, I could be full of shit. Again, I'm just telling you based off of an asexual person that I know personally, and then Suede Blade, who is a YouTuber who openly talks about his asexuality and his autism on Twitter very often, because he's a very big proponent of, anti-discrimination for those sort of things. But yeah, I am pretty sure asexual has a lot to do with sexual desire, not just attraction to another person. Why don't we just use the search engine that is very easily accessible to us, and we can find the answer? And then we will all know. But I'm going to do this. So if you guys want to do that while I'm doing this. Whoa! What do you think you're doing to my subordinate? I really want to stop right now.
Jesus fucking, are you kidding me?
I'm only going to keep going because I need to make more progress after we got hung up earlier today. But I want everybody to know right now, if this were earlier in the stream but we had made more progress, I would have stopped. Like, let's say we had only gotten through this part in about 4 hours. I would have stopped. Oh. I'm glad this wasn't spoiled for me, because you got to see my reaction of absolute disgust. Mike is correct. I mean, and I'll say in addition to that, other things become important, and as other things become important, like necessary, it diverts your energy. So even if you were to say, come home and be like, man, I could really go for some sex, because that's what we say, right? I could go for some sex right now. Intercourse would be fantastic. You just won't have, you might not necessarily have the energy to do it like you would have when you were 22, because you just don't have the energy in general that you had when you were 22. We won't ever get through any game. That, I mean, not that it loses its, its excitement or whatever, because it doesn't. It's just, when you have it more often, it just inevitably is not going to be, even great sex isn't the first time you have it, or when you have it when you're younger, and then when you have it when you're older. When you're older, it's just in all likelihood isn't going to be as like, I've done it before. It's great, but I've done it before. I know I can have it again tomorrow instead, Just what happens when the body gets older. Edgy, you're saying that you're here? I'm in a really, really big pickle, your lordship.
The raven, it appeared, poof, and then disappeared, swoosh. And though I am the steel samurai, my sword, I'm so confused. I don't know what anything means anymore.
Who was this?
Ho there! Ho there, ho there, ho there, ho there, ho there, ho there. Hold up. Woo! I don't know what it was like where you guys came from, but fruitcake was used as a derogatory term for homosexuals where I came from. Whew. Yeah, like what Mike said. And that's the thing, like, when you save it for times when you can, like, it does make the times when you have it, like, it keeps it feeling really good and, like, important.
Was it used like that in 2009 versus what, 2005? How old do you think I am? Maybe it's a regional thing. Because when I was growing up, it went fruitcake and then down to fruit. And I know for a fact that fruit's something that can still be seen as like a derogatory term for a homosexual. Just, I don't think it's in vogue anymore. I can't remember the last time I've actually heard somebody say it.
Fruit slang. Fruit and fruitcake, as well as many variations, are slang or even sexual terms which have various origins, most of which were used as a homophobic slur.
But modern usage tend to primarily... What's modern? What are we talking about? But modern usage tend to primarily refer to gay men and sometimes other LGBT people.
Usually used as pejoratives, the term also has been reappropriated as insider terms of endearment within the LGBT community.
I have seen that. Actually, now I think about it, I have seen that. Which makes sense. I can understand that. Many modern pulp culture references within gay nightlife, like Fruit Machine and Fruit Packers, have been appropriated for reclaiming usage similar to queer and dyke.
So there you go.
It is true. I can't remember the last time I've actually seen a straight person call someone like a queer. Which is good, obviously. I think the only thing that I can think of is if I'm watching like an older movie and that sort of thing is still like Arrested Development. I think there's a use of queer in there. No, I mean, and that's to be expected. Like I was just talking about Arrested Development, great show. Some of that stuff didn't age well. Especially when you're talking, I think anything that's supposed to be like sort of derogatory can age very poorly. Well, I think it's the appropriation thing. Like, yeah. LG HD TV community. I gotta say, LG makes some great products. Oh, of appropriating the word? Yeah, I mean, I feel that way. I feel that way about the N-word. I won't say it. I've told friends before they're idiots for saying it. Well, it's not they're idiots for saying it. I think the double standard's stupid. I think it should be able to be said by everybody or not at all. And quite frankly, I'm in the latter. I don't think it should be said at all. But I understand the logic behind simply owning it and using it and using it and using it. However, again, when there's a double standard, I can't get behind that. But that's just me. Yeah, Maxim, I'm not too happy about this. Who is this fruitcake? I'm Larry of the House of Butts. First of his name. Married man of near old Tokyo, milady. Now I remember, this person is one of your friends, isn't he, Miles?
Yes, frighteningly enough, he is.
I can only date my Samsung.
Oh, that's very discriminatory of you, Lucia.
Says the guy who also only has Samsung televisions in his house. But I've heard LGs are good. I just go what I know has been very successful for me when you are making such a large purchase. Not to buy another one anytime soon. Hey, what's up with that answer? Your best bud is in a bind. You act like it's no big deal.
What sort of bind are we talking about here?
The suspect kind. I accidentally became a suspect in a murder.
I see. That is quite the bind. How unfortunate for you.
Not that we're in the least bit surprised.
Yes, I pretty much expected this news. From the instant I saw this unlucky face.
Oh God. No, I don't want to go into a fucking monologue about Larry Butts. I already know him. Everybody knows him. He's always around. He's always an issue. God damn it. Hey, what kind of introduction is that? You're so mean to me, Edgy. Get out of my head. If you're not careful, you might find your tiny number of friends go down by one.
That was uncalled for. Besides, you're... Wait, hold on.
Larry! It was you? You're the one who wrote my Steel Samurai autograph?
Hmm?
Oh, you didn't notice earlier? I even winked at you through my headpiece. What's going on, and why are you beet red?
Sorry, but could you not speak to me right now?
Don't say a word. I bet they had pretty good music there. That would not surprise me in the slightest. You're not wrong, Maxim. You're not wrong. Yeah, I'm surprised Edgeworth didn't go, Fred might be a stretch.
Oh, sorry, am I interrupting your comical yet melodramatic play?
I don't think there's anything melodramatic about what's going on right now. Personally, but it is comical.
So this is the incident you mentioned earlier. Mr. Prosecutor, this man, this childhood friend of yours, is our prime suspect. Of what, you ask? Of the murder of a man who had snuck into this embassy, masked...
No! Ron better not be fucking dead. Masked second. Oh, it's the second. I didn't see that. I thought those were all exclamation points. Okay, fair. Fair. Who just calls them, I'm Mask to Mask 2? Like, just call yourself Mask to Mask and do like what Kay does. Like, I'm the new one. Like, I took over the name. Instead of calling herself the Yatagarasu 2. It sounds so dumb.
Mask to Mask 2?
The second.
Oh wow, yeah, that is indeed Mask to Mask's uniform, kind of. Only Larry could get himself into yet another mess as fine as this. But no matter what the facts seem to say, Larry is not the type to commit murder. Still, it's a rather daunting stroke of misfortune I've struck. I have to prove that Larry Butts is innocent of all wrongdoing.
Chief Wolf, we've identified the victim.
Good work, I'll take that report now. Agent Long, would you mind if I took a peek at it as well? What did I tell you earlier, Mr. Prosecutor? Don't get in my way. There's only enough flesh here to feed one wolf, and that one is me.
That's the stupidest fucking thing I've ever heard in terms of an investigation.
So no, you may not take a peek.
But Agent Long, that's just asinine logic.
Agent Long, are you being an asshole again? Will you allow an investigator such as myself to take a look? Yes, of course. You let the detective see the file.
You're a detective bad.
Who's bad? You're the prosecutor, Mr. Edgeworth, right?
Fancy meeting you here, detective.
You weren't expecting me. Ever since that day 7 years ago, I've chased after the Yatsugarasu non-stop. I even pressured Interpol into keeping me in the loop, in case a card was ever found.
What incredible dedication to the case.
Detective Bad knows the Yatsugarasu's MO very well, and his passion for the chase hasn't died down in these 7 long years. It's something I can respect. But Detective...
Hey Raiders, Imanzani Soul Amy with the Soul Raid. What is up, everybody? How you doing tonight, Soul? What were you playing tonight, my dude? Wait, no, it's, I think it's your full name is the command? Oh no, I was right. I was right. There's Solarms. YouTube channel, make sure to go check him out. He's a super cool dude, super chill. Throw him a sub, show him some love for throwing the radar away. I'd greatly appreciate it. Metopia? Now, what is Metopia? I honestly have no idea. I've seen a few people play it recently, like just in the feed, but I have no idea what it is. You also unironically like Rise from the Ashes and Hero, so this doesn't surprise me. Worry about it when you're on that final stretch. Oh, God. Surprised you didn't catch the back of her ring hand. Oh, I see. So it's an RPG game. You're just using Mii's instead of like other characters. I have no idea what the 3DS game is. I've never owned a 3DS. I'd say it seems like you might be making a big stretch there based on anecdotal evidence, Trep, and you know how I call out anecdotal evidence because I do it when I call it out when I'd say it. I'd say you have little to no facts behind that beyond, well, what I've experienced. I mean, that's cool that you can do that. It's almost like a much easier version of like RPG Maker, right? Where you just have to create the characters and like have your friends in and stuff. That's cool. Oh my God, Mike. Are you just like seeing where that line is? Pushing it closer and closer? Again, if it's from what you experienced, your evidence is bad. Your argument is bad. So you should just admit that your argument isn't very good. Because I do that. When I know it's anecdotal, I'll say, well, this is how I feel. Because
I mean, it happens, right? We all will feel things based on experience at times. But it's still a bad argument. Objectively speaking, it is poor evidence. Sure. Go poll all your groups. Like, I literally don't care about what your opinion is in terms of what you think is true until I see the numbers. Because you have no good evidence yet. When you have good evidence, then I will pay attention. Oh, Gant's great. Case still sucked. Narratively, it's garbage. Lasted way too long. But Gant and Emma, fantastic characters. But you can have good characters and a bad narrative. No, not just the biggest one. Pull all of them. All of them. Don't just pick and choose. No. Don't do that. Pull all of them. If you really want to know. I don't think they would have went so far as to call him Seymour. Because, I mean, they could have called him Harry. They decided to go Larry there. Yeah, it's true. I mean, if you're never playing the games, I would think you could possibly have a much different perspective. I can 100% understand that. So, like in cases like Rise from the Ashes, you could condense it. I bet I am positive that my cut of Rise from the Ashes is going to be better than the actual game, because I'm going to cut out a lot of the garbage that doesn't need to be there. It's going to be in a condensed version that only keeps what it needs to keep in there. And if they teach and they tell it the way that I present it, it would have been better. And I don't think it's very hard to do that. I don't think I'm some prodigy for doing it. I think almost anybody who's playing these games could make that case significantly better by getting rid of a lot of the fluff. Because I just don't think the bar is very high. I think the fluff is very obvious. Quite elementary, basic. Which is what's so annoying, is that it's so obviously unnecessary. You should pull it in anywhere you can get a good size of votes. Although, to be fair, I'm not sure you should pull my Discord, because you'll probably get some troll votes, and that will distort the numbers. One way or the other. Because not everybody in that Discord is there for Ace Attorney. Sure, I can agree with that. If you make the fluff optional, then who cares? If you want to do it, you can do it, and if you don't want to do it, you don't have to do it. But that game doesn't make it optional. Its basic, like, testimonies are padded and fluffed more than they need to be. We aren't talking about, like, oh, you can go and get to learn about this character a little better. It's not that kind of fluff. It's, hey, this testimony that should have been over like 30 minutes ago, we're going to add another 30 minutes of dialogue to it just because we want more time to be in the case. That's not good fluff. That's bad. Hello. I am not able to... How do you say your name? Is that... I can't tell what language that is. It's not Korean, is it? Just no. Korean has a lot of cool circles. Anyways, hello, person with the Byakuya profile picture. Just call you Byakuya for now. How's it going?
We got to 50. I should give out credits then. Oh, is that Hebrew? Or are you talking... Mike, I swear to fucking God if you're trolling me right now. Hold on, Final. Don't just blindly believe Mike. Can you confirm that it's actually Mark? Because I don't... Mike is somebody who will just say things sometimes. And I'll just be like, oh, that sounds right. Like, I believe you. And he's like, ha ha ha, bullshitting. Ha 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 ha. Oh, you Googled it. Okay, cool. See, that time I needed to just believe Mike, but now this is what Mike's done to me. Hello, Mark. Fluff and padding are the same thing to me when people describe it. I think your definition of it is just your own variation. Just like mine is my own variation. That's semantics. We both know what we're talking about. Fluff and padding are interchangeable. They're both bad if they're... because they both add the same thing. Unnecessary extras.
I feel so powerful. Yeah, fuck you.
They do suffer extremely high death rates.
But Detective Bat, I must ask, are you going to make an ally out of this prosecutor? That's none of your goddamn business. My only goal is to arrest the Yatsugarasu. So if that means making an ally of this prosecutor, then yes. What the fuck are you gonna do about it? Well, if he can get to the bottom of this case, then I'm willing to share info with him.
I'm in your debt, Detective Bad. Man, his theme's so awesome. About the murder of Damask 2, would you be willing to fill me in on a few of the details?
When the Yatsugarasu showed up, Agent Mong and I took ourselves off guard duty and put ourselves in charge of directing things at this crime scene. Taking advantage of the chaos, Damask 2, he broke into this embassy. Probably to steal some treasures or another.
I suppose he lost his life when he was forced to fight someone else in this room? Why exactly was that man placed under arrest, Detective?
That samurai?
He was born looking suspicious, but not for the reasons you suspect, I assure you. As you can plainly see, he is completely harmless.
Well, it was just a random guess. It's not like he's actually under arrest. Tonight, here at the Alabastan Embassy, Ambassador Alba was to give a commemorative speech, and that's when the Yatsugarasu showed. But keep in mind, the Yatsugarasu isn't who I'm talking about right now. Those seats, for the guests who had been called to sit in them, were empty.
A no-show? Who was it that failed to take their seats?
The Steel Samurai. Until the speech was to begin, each member of the entire Steel Samurai family was to wait in a separate room. However, for some weird reason, that man was spotted in a different location than his assigned room at that time.
No, this is exactly what Mike wants. Now, how I use it is wrong. Can't argue with that. And where was he?
He was on the roof with one of his legs down a chimney.
The fuck are you doing, Larry? Who saw this?
That chimney leads directly into this room.
Larry Butts, you've really outdone yourself this time. What were you thinking? In any case, I believe it's high time for me to start my investigation. I should also point out another thing about the... people like it. Oh, yeah, people like Naruto, and that shit's garbage, too. not really dispositive as to whether something's good in the slightest. Larry, there are a few things I need to ask you about. Hey, how about that? I've got a few things I gotta ask you too. What is it? It's like, both you and him, how is it that the two of you always manage to have some cute or hot girl by your side? And Franzi, what about that promise you made to me? Promise? What promise? The one where you said you would model for my next book, Franzi's Whippity Whip Trip. Thank you. Yow! I made no such promise. Ever since grade school, we've had a certain saying about Larry. When something smells, it's usually the butts. One needs to look no further than this man to find king of troublemakers. Oh, it's very possible to like garbage things. I like garbage things. There are many things that are like that are bad. But I also don't try to justify them as being good. Because someone likes something does not mean it is good. For a long time, The Kardashians was a very popular show. Does that mean it was good? No, that shit was trash. And so was Rise from the Ashes. Well, okay, then I mock everyone else who has that opinion. It was absolutely in a mocking way, and I'd mock them too. I'll take on the entire fandom, I don't give a shit. Has it ever, have I ever come off as looking as though I cared about what the general consensus is? In terms of like characters or anything like that? I just want him gone. I don't want him whipped. He's just like an annoying little cousin that, you know, you have to be around sometimes, and you have to be polite to him when you're around your family because, you know, you don't want your family thinking you're a gigantic douchebag, but, like, you don't really want to be around them. You don't ever say that to them, so because you're so nice, they think that you want them around them more often. By the way, I'm not actually calling anybody out in my family. Don't think that. I've never actually felt that way. I'm just pulling something out of my ass. It could be like another family member or something like that. It's saying like you don't want him hurt. You just want him to go away. Just go away. Like good for you. Do your own thing. I just don't want you here anymore. Just go. Just go. You could be like raccoons, yes. Be nice to this guy. He has money. Is that the one that's married and has kids? Is that what you told her before they started dating? Her and her husband? Assuming she did. I guess she could have adopted her children. I actually don't, yeah. No. I'm sorry, I just made some assumptions I shouldn't have made about your daughter, Mike. If I am wrong, then my apologies. As I recall, aren't you calling yourself Maurice Donham now? That's Donham. Maurice Donham. Get that straight in your head, Edgy. Now I remember. You're that nude, pale imitation of a real artist. Francisco with the Freudian slip. Now I remember. You're that rude, pale imitation of a real artist. Oh dear. Whoo! Whoo! You're the douchebag to your family? Always gotta keep one of those people around to keep things interesting, right? Mike. Oh my god. Ooh.
burn. Whew. No, you got it all wrong. I gave up on that whole Larice business. Besides, when Badgerina left me in my heart in pieces, that's when Mindy walked into my life. She's been so good to me that I wanted to help her in some way. I figured I could through this Steel Samurai outfit.
Your inane blathering makes less and less sense each time we meet.
I believe he's saying that he picked up this part-time job as the Steel Samurai so that he may attempt to capture the heart of the actress who plays the Pink Princess.
You got it. I knew you'd know what I meant, Edgy.
Not really, it's not so much as I understood, but a simple deduction based on your usual modus operandi, Larry. How does one get their mouth to even be like that? Larry, I'd like you to confess right now to everything you did tonight.
Confess? Hey, don't tell me you suspect me too.
Nonsense, I don't believe you have the mental acuity needed to plan and execute a murder. However, we are talking about you here, so I find it hard to believe that nothing happened. For past experience has taught me that you are always at the center of some insane event.
Edgy, how can you be so mean stabbing me with your words like that?
Unfortunately, I don't have the time to search out a key to unlock your heart this time, so I suggest that you cooperate and tell me what you know.
Okay, I get it. Just stop Francie from whipping me from behind. So, I guess, you know what I did, right, Edgy?
I can't even begin to imagine. However, I imagine whatever you were up to was probably beyond my imagination. So you will tell me exactly what you did, Larry.
Nope, not yet, Edgy. It'll take more than that to loosen my lips. A lot more!
Confess now.
Oh, okay, well, I was up on the roof.
And why exactly were you up there?
Oh, you know, that wintry costume in The Legendary Hero.
Legendary hero?
Santa Claus.
Santa
Claus. That's funny. That was a neat little interaction.
I wanna do that thing he does, so I climbed up to one of the chimneys. But when I got there was smoke pouring out of the chimney. So I went down anyways, because I'm an idiot.
And?
Well, I couldn't go down the chimney with smoke coming up, right? So I gave up.
Larry, you do realize that Santa Claus does not exist, right?
Of course I know. I did graduate from junior high, you know.
Then you should also understand this. If Santa was real, he would be the biggest unlawful trespasser in history. Is that true? Is that true, though?
Or is it an implicit invitation to put out milk and cookies for Santa Claus to eat and drink whenever he were to come to your home? I would say that's an invitation. And then, let's say it happens for a few years. I think you could make the argument that Santa Claus then would have a reasonable expectation that he could continue to do so on a yearly basis.
Let's not jump to conclusions here, Edgeworth.
And so, you have the defense of Santa Claus.
They have like miniguns on the helicopters and shit.
For the people who don't do milk and cookies and don't believe in Santa Claus, well, that would be an entirely different story. But he generally doesn't visit those people, right? If you're putting a Christmas tree up, for what other reason would you have it up if not but for presents to appear under it? You're not doing it for Jesus. Nope. Nope. Because I know the story of the birth of Jesus Christ. At least, as far as we know it. And he was not born under a Christmas tree. So, yeah. Holy shit. Comes during New Year's? That's interesting. Hey, it makes sense. You're actually separating him from the alleged religious holiday. In Russia, we go find Santa. What was he born under? A wooden barn roof? Or a manger roof? That's what you call that, right? On hay? Allegedly. Again, this is just... I don't know if this is what he was actually born under. But that's what I was taught, at least. Definitely wasn't taught Jesus was born under a Christmas tree, and that's why we use a Christmas tree. What, the Christmas tree thing? No, I was under the impression, I could be wrong, but I was under the impression that a lot of Christmas was taken from a pagan holiday and doesn't actually have Christian roots besides we were celebrating Jesus' birthday, which in and of itself is a debatable point because there's some disagreement as to, well, if Jesus was born in the winter in a manger, they would have all frozen to death. Again, that's just... I don't know. I'm not a religious scholar. But there is, just so that you know, there is some debate as to whether December 25th even is the real date to be celebrating that. I have not seen that. What is it? The show on Netflix? I mean, it sounds cool. Yeah, it's earned income. You're providing a service. And people will pay you for your service. That's work. That wouldn't surprise me. That would have given them much more heat. 7th of January? Oh, that's interesting. If Santa was real, he would be the... Oh yeah, this incorrect statement. Well, arguably incorrect statement. Oh, crud! It is your attempt to imitate Santa that has landed you as a prime suspect in this murder. The prime suspect. As prime suspect. Come on, man, what's the wrong with pretending to be Santa? Dude, you can just, like, say your words. You don't have to yell that. Let's start with the fact that it will be the Ides of March in a matter of hours. Santa only visits homes on December 24th. That's in December, you nitwit. Another debatable point. It is quite possible that he has visited those homes in the wee hours of the 25th. Edgeworth just all over the place with misinformation right now. Well, so, like, take the Japanese, for example. It's my understanding that Christmas is a big thing in Japan, but not for the same reason that it's a big thing in America. So, like, I know a bunch of other people have Christmas, they just use it for something different, right? Which, I mean, it's not actually a Christian holiday, so... Quite frankly, people do what they want with it. Although it is interesting to call it Christmas. That's still celebrated if you don't believe in Jesus, I suppose, thinking about it. But yeah, that's kind of strange. But yeah, I mean, like, that's like the time of love in Japan. You'll be together forever if you kiss during Christmas or whatever fucking thing they believe. I know nobody really believes that, but that's their, you know. Yeah, I mean, I'd say Santa is the most popular fictional cosplayed character. Not Junko, it's Santa. I mean, there's a lot of lazy cosplays. People just in their dad outfits or their mom outfits going downstairs and performing the actions of Santa, but they'd say they're Santa, but they don't look anything like Santa. Well, if it has other names in other languages, isn't it just an entirely different holiday then? Oh, I don't know. I was just stretching the definition of cosplay to be funny. I have no idea if it's... I don't know what the technical definition of cosplay is. Yeah, there are different time zones, but that doesn't mean Santa still doesn't get to a certain part of the world on the 1st. Or, during... It doesn't matter. He's not fucking real. Film, book, or video game? Santa's from films and books, and I'm sure some video games. There is no room for debate. Yeah, right. Look at you. Christmas is definitely the same holiday in Finland, but the name has no Christian origins. What do you mean it's the same? Celebrates the birth of Christ? But doesn't have a religious name? We need to discuss strict rules of Santa's navigation. It's not February 30th, God. Oh, that's interesting. I suppose you're just referring to the time then, right? That makes sense. That would have, if Americans had called it December Muss or something like that in relation to the time, that would have really done a lot to prevent the dumbass arguments between, oh, how dare you say Merry Christmas to me? Or how dare you not allow me to say Merry Christmas to you? I'm not going to say Merry Xmas. Say Merry Xmas to me. Like, that all would have been, it wouldn't have been a thing if you just called it December Muss. You're just talking about the month. Everybody could have different ways of celebrating it then. A little different when you're actually going up to somebody who does not believe in Jesus Christ and you say, Happy Birth of Jesus Day. And they're just like, okay. What do you want me to say? It back to you? I have to believe if Santa were real, he'd be from Asgard. Yeah, which makes sense. Yeah, I mean, that's how I understood a lot of that stuff comes from. Like, the way we celebrate a lot of our holidays, like, have roots in pagan traditions. But whatever. To me, it's about the substance of the holiday. Like, if you're using Christmas to Like your priority is spending time with family as opposed to prayer. Still doing something good with that time, right? You're trying to use that, the essence of what it's supposed to mean. We have gotten into some really fucking weird questions, like topics tonight. Really weird topics. Of course, when Larry comes around, that's inevitable though, right? No! Hey, wait a sec, you're not in court. We're not in court. Fuck you! I don't have to answer a goddamn thing from you. Alright, I think we need more evidence before we can speak to him further. There was the exact same statue sitting in that Babbly's office we examined. It's the Premaduc statue. It was the national treasure of the Principality of Cadopia. There was only one of these statues, meaning that one of the two is a replica. But both Alabas and Babel claim that to have the real thing. What incredibly childish fight to have. He does. That's how he knows if we've been bad or good. But I mean, isn't that an issue? Santa is really basing his evaluations off his own, like, subjective judgment, right? And is that really okay? What's bad or good? Who is he to determine that? I don't know. I just think somebody's a little full of himself and his own opinions. I won't rest until I've Nook and Cranny. I hear it's very valuable and made of pure gold. It was the national treasure of Cadopia. There's only one of these statues. Why are they just repeating the same thing they've already said, just in slightly different words? Meaning that one of the two is a replica. But both Alabas and Babel claim to have the real thing and won't budge from their claim. Yeah, it's like, oh my god. The fuck am I supposed to look at that's different? This stuff? There was almost the exact same wall mount for the knives on the Babelese side. I can't see any of the details from this distance. The counterpart to the Babelese butterfly is the Alabastian flower. The butterfly and flower, they're both lovely things. Wow, I didn't actually expect her to say something like that ever. But can we interpret this to mean that Alabas provides honey to Babel? Francisca, can't you come up with a more meaningful or profound comment? Very well then, let's hear what sort of profound comment you can come up with. Well, flowers cannot survive without the butterflies that spread their pollen, and butterflies cannot live without the nectar that flowers provide. If either one were to disappear from the equation, neither would survive. How was that, Miss Von Karma? Your explanation took so long that I nearly fell asleep. Let's continue the investigation. Francisca, stop hating. I don't... something... like there's something I'm missing. Yeah, what am I missing? Sword? I thought I looked at the sword. Oh my fucking god. What on this am I supposed to look at? Fine. I will take a look at the organizer and see what's different. Right hand over the left. One looks dirtier because of the fire, obviously. hand over the right. Okay, apparently that's not it. Yes. Alright, fuck this. This is dumb. Is there something on the statue that it's a very specific point of the statue I need to look at? Unfortunately, I don't know how long that's going to be. Alright, so I've looked at this, I've looked at this, and I've done this like as a whole. Those are only 3 different things. I talked to Larry. We got in here, we saw Detective Bad, then I talked to Larry. And then I came and looked at this. I haven't examined anything else yet, no. Is it something where you have to look at the statue later and he notices something else? He's not going to change the nook and cranny thing until later? Now, we had tech issues earlier. We've talked a lot about nothing. Not nothing. They were interesting conversations enough, but there's a grandfather clock just like this earlier in the Beverly's embassy. You know, symmetry is a fine thing, but their interior design really suffers from it. Really, I think this clock actually fits the decor of this room quite well. I suppose the wood does suit the all-natural atmosphere of this room. Its design and the material is made of strikes a good balance with the plants. Hey, you two, now's that time to be talking about interior decorating, you know. Hurry up and save me. Hey, fuck off. Be quiet. Thank you. Yeah, this is all a part of my elite investigation. All you need to do is be quiet and watch. Actually, I do believe Larry has a point for once. Let's look at these. There are some weapons on display on this wall. A crossbow, and under that, set of knives bearing a flower motif. They must be the counterparts to the Babylonis knives, which means that the blades inside these scabbards should match the blade that was used to kill Mr. Cochin, and won't rest until blah 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 blah. The Seal Samurai's primary weapon, the Samurai Spear. Is it awesome until you fell for this thing? It's sleek and shiny just like my heart. It comes at you like whoosh. Yeah, you certainly do that. When you hold it, you just want to live life like BAM! You do well to watch what you say, Larry. Although, it's just as Larry says, the spear is quite the symbol of valor. However, speaking of spears, aren't you supposed to use them by thrusting the point straight into your opponent? I'm not entirely convinced this spear is up to the task. What's wrong, Edgy? You're standing there off in the distance. Oh, I get it. Tell you what, I'll tell the studio to make you one, okay? But this one's mine. Did I say anything about wanting one? Maybe I can shut him up if I show him that piece of evidence that will point something out about the spear. I suspect these are the counterparts of Babbly's knives. The blades of these knives should match the blade of the knife that killed Mr. Kochin. One of the knives is missing its blade. Let's see if the two pieces of the blade. Let's see if the two pieces, the blade and handle, fit each other. Perfect. It would appear that they fit together quite well, almost seamlessly. And this means that an alabaster knife did find its way into Babel. But how? Is there a weapon on display why is there a weapon on display in a place like this? I wonder why there are no whips on display. I wonder why there are no whips on display here. I wonder. I can spot absolutely no difference between the Prima Duck statue and Babel's. Guess who's better at seeing things than Edgeworth? That make me a prodigy? This guy. This guy. Yo, what's up, Miro? So, the country used to be one country, and then it split into two countries. So one of these statues is the real one, and the other one is fake, but both countries claim to have the real one. The statue's face looks a bit like that costumed hero you like so very much. I only wonder why you Americans have such an affinity for this kind of face. Us Americans? Isn't she American? Or is Von Karma German? And he came to the United States to practice for 40 years. No, she'd still be American. She was born here, she's American. German American. She was born in Germany to a US citizen. That would also make her American. I think it's that. I don't think it's the first part. Why would she have been born in Germany if Von Karma was practicing here? Because we know he's practicing here. It's still stupid. Like, you Americans, you're fucking American. Like, what a dumb way to, like, identify it. Ah, yes, any name, an American surname. You do realize that there's almost no such thing as an American surname, right? That they all came from different countries? Well, she didn't have to consider herself American. You're an American citizen, you're American. By definition. No, that's true. I mean, it's possible. It's just that I know that Von Karma's a citizen of this country. I think we can make that assumption fairly easily, which would then make her an American citizen. Yeah. Okay. And there are a lot of names that are distinctly not American because a lot of names don't come from America. Johnson isn't American. That name has a root in a different language. I have a friend whose last name is Von Dunk. He's American. Like, basically, unless you have a Native American last name, you don't have an American surname. Those would only be the... Well, that's not true. You could have made up your own surname. So I guess that would count too. I don't know how often that happens though. Yeah, I mean, I get that. It's just... It's just a very weird... So I'm trying to think of like... Because you could argue that's the same thing for like gender, right? So in that sense, I understand. But I'm trying to think if like I'm black and white. What if I grew up in a predominantly white culture? Would I still claim to not be white? Or to be not be black? I don't think so. It just, there's something about it that's different, and I honestly can't put my finger on what it is. But how, like, but what makes it different? And also different from, like, gender? Yeah, gender in theory is a bit more solid, too. I don't see how it's any less solid than ethnicity. Even more so solid. But I understand when people, they say, hey, I've always identified as a woman, even though I have male genitalia. Okay, I get it. So I don't, if I believe that, then I can't agree with your reasoning. Six to two and then 5. Yikes, that sucks. Again, though, Amiro, you're right, but isn't gender the same thing? So if that's the case, then I would have to believe that gender is not up to choice, and thus you would have to be treated the same way, but I don't believe that. So that would cause an incongruity. Not that we're going to have that argument on this channel, just as an example of, like, why I can't buy that line of reasoning. At least in the way that it's explained there. I think there is a way, and Lynch is probably had probably the best explanation, is that you're describing something culturally versus ethnically. Yeah, I mean, it's 5 here.
Well, some people would say look at Michael Jackson and disagree with the fact that you can't change how you look if they don't believe that he actually had that skin condition or whatever. So that's... I do think it's easier for some. Than others. No, it's not at all. That's actually kind of the issue. This chapter has been thoroughly uninteresting, so we've gotten into many tangents of other shit that we've been talking about. Why Americans have an affinity for that kind of face, that's funny too. Because it's not like that does not represent anything of like American origin. The samurai. Distinctly Japanese in origin. So this is when the localization gets kind of strange. I can assure you that this is not a prominent part of American culture. I only wonder why you Americans have such an affinity for this kind of face. The statue wasn't made by an American, you know? At least I don't suppose so. Alright, I can deduce at some point. Alright, so... look at this stupid tree. Oh, that's the dude, isn't it? What is that plant supposed to be? Francisca, can't you see it's supposed to be a likeness of Ambassador Alba? Miles Edgeworth, as a subordinate, you have a lot of nerve telling me what to think. I look forward to your next salary assessment next month. You don't pay me. Alright. I think we're gonna stop there. 6 hours and we probably got through, what, 2 hours of gameplay? Maybe. That's okay. Get through more next time. It would be a Barbie doll, yeah, right? Why do Americans have such an affinity for this face? Flashback chapter? Flashback chapter was okay. I think it was probably the most interesting of all the stories so far. But yeah, I'm glad we did the extra time just to get some more out of this. We'll play Tuesday, and I'll be more focused on getting through the gameplay as opposed to chatting that time. Not tomorrow, Tuesday. Oh yeah, I suppose the plane was also a flashback chapter, yeah. Quite timely, it is, and it's getting really annoying that I can't figure it out, because it's obviously a very specific issue for something like that to happen, and I still can't figure out what it is. But yeah, that's our first third drop that we've had since this started happening, so that was fun. Yeah, it's my router. Something up with my router. My business partner is gonna try to help me figure it out, or at the very least, I also have this TP link, which might work better. The problem is that these are very highly customizable, which means for idiots like me, tech idiots like me, I have no idea what the fuck I'm doing, and I cannot get it to work. So, even if I can't get the Nighthawk to work, he'll probably be able to help me get this up and running, which will be able to give me basically the same thing that Nighthawk did. Yes. Oh, well, I don't even want to do that yet. We'll wait until after investigations, because then we'll just do YouTube and Twitch, so there won't be 2 pings for every stream.
I mean, this is kind of a remaster. Like, the character profiles got remastered, didn't they? But, like, the sprites didn't really. It's like a half? Like, half? And, like, I don't know. Oh, you can only set it up to ping Twitch? Oh, I'd still have to do it myself for YouTube. That's annoying. Oh, I see. Okay. I gotcha. All right. Yep, that's fun. Yep. You gotta figure out when I'm gonna play The Greatest Attorney. I know some people want me to play it like right away, and other people hope that I wait. Put a poll up. Let you guys decide. Because I honestly don't think it's a big deal to me either way. I'm not gonna have a problem with like a drop in graphics if I go to that and then go back to Investigations 2, personally. Because graphics aren't a huge deal to me. Someone who spends most of his time playing Mega Man games. I heard it's good. We'll see. I mean, I'm playing these games without Phoenix, and I think it's fun. Of course, Edgeworth's a better character than Phoenix anyway, so... Improvement! I'm sure it'll be as funny. There's a dude in there named Herlock Sholmes. That's so bad and lazy that the rest of the writing has to be amazing to make up for it. But it's like hilariously bad and lazy. All right, everyone. Thank you to Soul and Rosy for the raids. Someone else rated me, Stone Family, as well. Thank you to all three of those channels for rating. Much appreciated. Interesting conversation tonight. We'll probably all fade into oblivion. I mean, it is bad. You could have called him a different name entirely. And we know who he's supposed to be. Yeah, I'm very aware of why they had to do that. Because I think there's one Sherlock Holmes story or something like that. One or two that still aren't in public domain. And they won't be for like another few years. So that's why it's because a lot of people might think Sherlock Holmes is in public domain, and the problem is not everything is yet. It's just interesting to me that they would allow it to happen in Japan. International copyright's a thing. Compared to just like the national copyright laws. I don't know much about international. I know much more about international trademark than I do about international copyright. And patents. Should brush up on my international copyright. Interested in learning more. But yeah, be back tomorrow or Monday. I'm gonna stream one of the days and not the other. We'll figure that out. Okay, I will check. Thank you. Also, shit. Thank you to everybody that followed. Because they'd argue that the character is basically different. Yeah. He's essentially transformed then, right? Yeah, thank you to Jamit for the $5 dono as well.
yeah, everybody, you have a good one. I will see you next time. Again, Tuesday, next investigation stream, and then it'll be 12, and then 13 will happen on Saturday. Apparently, I might be able to finish at 13, which I expected 14 streams. So we finish with 13, then we'll actually be slightly ahead of what I anticipated. So Larry Butts wishes he could be an evil genius. All right, everyone. You have a good one. I'll see you next time. Yes, that is my voice now. In fact, it's done by 2 people simultaneously.
Not right.
I'm done.
It's quite a bit longer than yesterday.
Right?
That's what she said.
Yep. So we're gonna.
Yesterday it was just way too short. That's what she said.
Oh my god.
I was just warming up.
That's what she said.
Say it. Say it. Say this line, KY.
I was just warming up.
That's what she said. Say this line, KY.
I hope you didn't think that was the best I could do.
That's what she said.
I feel like I don't want to. Wait, God damn it.
Dude, how did you possibly play Destiny with me and ever shoot anybody?
Jesus Christ, man. Come on. Stupid fucking shit.
You know what? You're out of arrows, so I would switch your weapon.
Oh man.
Let's fucking hit him, maybe. Come on, man.